দেখে নে, আমি টেম্পোটা দেব। মাঝখানে কিছু মানে স্টার্ট করছি।
A very good morning to one and all present here. Welcome to all of you in the Chemical Technology Reunion 2023 and National Seminar organized by Department of Chemical Technology, University of Calcutta. A day like today is very, very important for us as it provides us the opportunity to meet with each other. And this is a perfect platform to create a special bonding between the students who have passed out and who have established themselves already in the big outside world with the students who are trying to get that establishment. Yes, we will start this program with this invocation sung by the past and present students of the department. অনেক দিন পর আবার চেনা মুখ, বন্ধু কি খবর, মুহূর্ত বলুক, কেমন আছো বলো বন্ধু, কি খবর, আমরা গাই চলো অনেক দিন পর। ইয়েস, এদিন আজি কোন ঘরে গো খুলে দিল দ্বার, দ্বার ওপেন এবং প্রোগ্রাম স্টার্ট। We have with us today a number of dignitaries. I am requesting Professor Sriporna Dotto, Head of the Department of Chemical Technology, University of Calcutta, to take her chair on the dais. Professor Dotto, please. President, Chemical Technology Reunion Committee, Dr. Arun Kumar Chattopadhyay, please take your seat on the dais. Kumar Chattopadhyay. May I request Professor Devashish Dash, Dean, Faculty of Engineering and Technology, University of Calcutta, to take his chair on the dais. Professor Devashish Dash, please. It's my pleasure to call on the dais Dr. Devaroti Mitra, Secretary, Chemical Technology Reunion Committee. Please take your chair on the dais. ফুল ফুটুক না ফুটুক আজ বসন্ত, ফুল দিয়ে সম্বর্ধনা জানানোর এই প্রথা চিরকাল ধরে চলে আসছে, আজও আছে এবং ভবিষ্যতেও থাকবে। কারণ ফুল দিয়ে সম্মান জানানোর কোনো বিকল্প বোধহয় হতে পারে না। ইটস টাইম টু প্রেজেন্ট ফ্লাওয়ার বোকেজ টু আওয়ার ডিগনিটারিজ। ফার্স্ট, নবনীতা, প্লিজ কাম হিয়ার। She will present flower bouquet to our chief guest, Professor Devashish Dash. Please, she will present flower bouquet to Dr. Arun Kumar Chattopadhyay, President, Chemical Technology Reunion Committee. Dr. Arun Kumar Chattopadhyay. To our head of the Department of Chemical Technology, Professor Sriparna Dotto. Flower bouquet presentation to Professor Sriparna Dotto. And finally, Ria, to Dr. Devaroti Mitra, Secretary, Chemical Technology Reunion Committee. Dr. Devaroti Mitra. Thank you to all of you. May I now request all the dignitaries present on the dais to start the program with lighting of the lamp. Please come in front of the dais. We will start the program with lighting of the lamp. সেই মান্নাদের বিখ্যাত গান দীপ ছিল, শিখা ছিল, তুমি ছিলে না বলে আলো জ্বলল না। না, সবাই আছে এখানে, সুতরাং আলো জ্বলবে এবং অনুষ্ঠান শুরু হবে। By lighting of the lamp, we will start the program. With our dignitaries, we will start the program. Also, yes, there are a number of alumnus with us. Oh, what a moment. Please, a big round of applause. Please, please, please. Reunion 2023. আমরা আমাদের যাত্রা শুরু করলাম আলোক প্রজ্বলনের মধ্য দিয়ে। আমাদের সঙ্গে রয়েছেন স্যারেরা, আমাদের সঙ্গে রয়েছেন অনেকজন মানুষ, আমাদের ভীষণ প্রিয় মানুষজন আমাদের সামনে। আমাদের প্রেজেন্ট স্টুডেন্টস যারা এখানে প্রেজেন্ট রয়েছে, এটা তাদের কাছেও একটা বিরাট বড় অভিজ্ঞতা আমার মনে হয়। একটা একটা করে প্রদীপ প্রজ্বলিত হচ্ছে এবং সেই প্রদীপের যে শিখা, সেই আগুনে আমরা অবশ্যই আমাদের উৎসাহ দেবে সেই আগুনের প্রজ্বলিত শিখা। আমরা এগিয়ে চলব আরো উৎসাহ নিয়ে। We are really honored that we have a number of alumnus today. Yes. হাততালিটা আরেকটু জোরে পাওয়া যায় না? থ্যাংক ইউ ভেরি মাচ। শীতের সকাল হোক না, কিন্তু একটু হাততালি জোরে হোক। থ্যাংক ইউ ভেরি মাচ। একটা গ্রুপ ফটো হয়ে যাক এরপর। It's my earnest request to all of you, please keep your mobile in silent mode. Please, it's my request to all of you, please keep your mobile in silent mode. All the dignitaries, please take your seat on the dais. Devaroti, please come on the dais. এই মুহূর্তটা যে অ্যানাউন্সমেন্টের পরেরটি না, সেটা করতে মোটেও মন চায় না, কিন্তু করতে হয়। যে মানুষরা আমাদের ছেড়ে চলে যান, সত্যি কি তারা যান? বোধহয় না। আমাদের স্মৃতিতে তাদের সঙ্গে কাটানো প্রত্যেকটি মুহূর্ত থেকে যায়, তাই তারা আছেন, ছিলেন এবং অবশ্যই থাকবেন। ডক্টর মহুয়া ঘোষ, Professor Ashok Kumar Basu and Professor Chittoranjani Lahiri. We are really missing them. They will continue to live in our hearts. May the departed soul rest in peace. I would request all of you to kindly stand up to observe 1 minute of silence. Thank you. In this inaugural session, it's now time to give the addresses. To deliver the welcome address, I would like to invite Professor Sriporna Dotto, Head of the Department of Chemical Technology, University of Calcutta. Professor Sriporna Dotto.
Respected dignitaries, my colleagues, our Dean, Professor Debashish Das, Faculty of Engineering and Technology, alumni, present students and scholars, staff, honorable guests, our sponsors, and everybody present here. It is my privilege to welcome you all in this national seminar entitled Incubation of Entrepreneurship in Installation, Unleashing the Hidden Potential, which is organized by our Department of Chemical Technology, along with Chemical Technology REUNION-2023. Before going to say anything, I must express my deepest feeling about a sudden, untimely, and unbelievable incident happening on the very first day of this new year that nobody could imagine. We lost our beloved colleague, Dr. Mehua Ghosh. It was really a bolt from the blue to us. She is always here with us. Let her soul rest in eternal peace. Now, coming back to our department, our University of Calcutta happens to be the first among the Indian universities to pioneer studies in applied sciences in the year 1920 during British India, when Department of Applied Chemistry started its journey. In January 1982, the Department of Applied Chemistry trifurcated in 3 departments. Chemical technology is one of them, which has its 4 interdisciplinary divisions: pharmaceutical and fine chemical technology, petrochemicals and petroleum refinery engineering, oil technology, and ceramic engineering. We have 4-year BTech, 2-year MTech courses, and also PhD programs in these disciplines. Today, on the auspicious occasion of National Seminar, I heartily welcome our speakers, Dr. Anjan Kumar Chattopadhyay, who will deliver the theme lecture, Dr. Arup Kumar Shamanto, Mr. Pankaj K. Kasliwal, and Professor Shoikat Mitra today in this seminar. This is a memorable event when we all can cherish our sweet memories, unite with our present and old friends, and enjoy every moment. It is an extended family which is growing day by day. We always remember and recognize each one of us. Lastly, I welcome all of you present here. Without your best wishes, effort, contribution, and active cooperation, this event could never be possible. I wish this national seminar and our reunion 2023 a grand success. Thank you all.
Thank you, Professor Dotto. It's my privilege to invite Dr. Arup Kumar Chattopadhyay, President, Chemical Technology Reunion Committee, Alumnus 1975, ex-MD TRL Krosaki Refractories Limited, to deliver his inaugural address. Dr. Chattopadhyay, please.
Good morning to everyone. I express my profound gratitude to the department first, where from I entered 1972 and passed BTech in 1975, then MTech, and then did my PhD here only. I'll come to that later. I'm also very sad to tell you how shocking that MOA is no longer with us. I can't forget when the reunion meeting started. She was always very vocal at trying to take the stride at everything. Suddenly we got the news, but because life goes on, we are here today with all of you. Coming back to the institute, you just now heard from the department head. It started in 1920. So it has propelled its excellence through these years and past glorious 100 years. So many teachers with their devotion, with their hard work, have made this institute what it is today. And I'm very proud to be an alumni of this institute. I'm very privileged to have studied with some of the best teachers who are, of course, few of them are no longer, but some of them are sitting in front of me, and I'm very happy also to be with all of you this morning to share our thoughts, our feelings for the department and for futures to come, where all of you bright students who are sitting in front of me will take the main stride of the society, of the nation. Coming back to, sitting in Kolkata, we always don't realize what is happening in this country, honestly speaking. But we are no longer a beggar. Gone are the days when we used to beg for food, for fund. A few years back also, the counting of poor people in the world, we were number one. But many of you may not be knowing, in 2022, we did something wherein people did never imagine that we will become the champion of one index, that is a trade index in the globe, where we became number one in the performance of the stock market. And it's a definite indication that how our economy is moving. Going back to 2013, we were considered to be an emerging economy along with very fragile five of the economies: Brazil, South Africa, Indonesia, and Turkey. We were the fifth one. But today, as I am standing in front of you, there is an announcement that next decade, Morgan Stanley have declared that next decade 25% of the GDP growth of the whole world will be in this country. And obviously their statistics are not always wrong, maybe sometimes slightly exaggerated. India definitely will become a locomotive for the economy of the world. So, and we will be taking part in the whole activity. We means our days are almost gone, but the boys and girls who are standing, who are sitting and passing out of this department, they will be obviously taking the whole benefit of this kind of situation which is happening. In fact, last 10 years we are doing a lot of good things and that is a result of this today, which probably we always sitting out in Calcutta not able to realize, but go outside where we travel across the whole country and then we see that what is the kind of progress that second tier, third tier cities are doing. We have managed our inflation very nicely. We have not cancelled Russia in the Ukraine war. That has a very clear-cut ramification and implication. We have invested in infrastructure heavily and even now it is happening. The lockdown during COVID period was benign, rather benign compared to other countries. We have relied on large domestic consumption. We have a huge domestic consumption and we relied on that. But of course, another figure is that our exports figures are going higher and higher day by day. It's almost double the figure than it used to be in 5 years, 6 years back. And many countries have given a lot of subsidies during COVID and after COVID, but we have given it in a very limited way. And next decade, all economists are talking that it is India's decade. So why in today we are setting the context, it's a reunion, we have tomorrow interaction also. I would like all of you to take part very actively to understand what we need to do jointly together. I would request that all of you should become an agent of this change and do not sit back and do not relax. This is a time that we must create a country which will lead this world. Take action and influence the other people. I always remember one incident, one radio journalist used to tell after reading the news that if you do not like the news, go out and make your news, your own news. So I would tell all the boys and girls who are students right now that please go out and make the news for yourself. Thank you very much. And I would like that these 2 days, a lot of arrangements have been made by the organizing committee. I was a part of it, but then people have really put hard labor, starting from creating good food, making good food, then this decoration, and then of course there are cultural programs today and tomorrow, and today and tomorrow cultural program is there, and enjoy these 2 days, have interaction with your past alumni and make the best of these 2 days. Thank you very much once again.
Thank you, Dr. Arup Kumar Chattopadhyay. Yes, actually, we are waiting, I think, just only 1 week. We are waiting for our Finance Minister, Mrs. Nirmala Sitharaman. She will announce the budget for the upcoming year, and then only we can see the scenario, the present scenario of India in respect to the global economy. হয়তো দেখা যাবে সেদিন একটা অ্যানাউন্সমেন্ট হবে এই বছরে সিঁদুরের দাম কমলো, দেখা যাক কতদূর কি আমরা পেতে পারি এই অ্যানাউন্সমেন্টে। আই এম রিয়েলি ফিল অনার্ড to invite Professor Debashish Dash, Dean, Faculty of Engineering and Technology, University of Calcutta, to deliver his speech as chief guest of today's program.
Namaskar. I'm not supposed to be the chief guest. I being one of the member of the Calcutta University, first of all, and what I find that among the alumni association, we have got number of alumnus who are having position of eminence. They could be made chief guest. They are also whole. Definitely, we all are integral part of this academy. All the members of the alumni association that we find. Few decades back, if you could look at the role of alumni association used to be thought of. They could only raise the fund for different programs of the department. But nowadays, what we find that alumni association has got many roles to play for the growth of the department, starting from mentoring the students to make them more obvious for the industry in comparison to the industry of students of the other industry of similar kinds. Then helping the faculty members to come up with the updated syllabus, focusing more on the need of the industry. Thirdly, what we can say, making arrangement for the internship, and obviously making arrangement for the job of the students. And I am very pleased to have come to know that you people are having, this department is having the strongest alumni association. And they are touching upon all such dimensions of activity that are supposed to be done by the alumni association. So I'm grateful, really grateful. We are, on behalf of Calcutta University, if you consider me, we are all really grateful that you could remember your alma mater so much. You have got a strong bonding. So that is worth knowing. Now, other than that, what should I say? That there are other opportunities like Ministry of, we have got Central Ministry. They are now giving project where industry, if it can contribute 30%, then they'll provide fund up to the level of 70% for doing research in the department or institution. and you can deal with some real world problem or whatever you have, the problems in the industry. And I think this alumni association can play a catalytic role in convincing those industry and have their research done by the faculty members of the department if you can jointly come up with such kind of project. So this is another opportunity since you people are so active, so respectful for your department, so you can think that way also. Now, I'm sure with the able guidance and active participation of the faculty members of this department, these 2 days will be really interactive and fruitful. I wish all the success of this programs. Okay, that's all from my end.
Thank you, Professor Debashish Das, Dean, Faculty of Engineering and Technology, University of Calcutta. Now, to deliver vote of thanks, I would like to invite Dr. Debaroti Mitro, Secretary, Chemical Technology Reunion Committee and Assistant Professor, Department of Chemical Technology. Dr. Debaroti Mitro.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you. As we come to the close of the inaugural session, it is a great honor and privilege to be called upon to propose a vote of thanks to all those who have helped make this event a success. I, on behalf of the Chemical Technology Reunion Committee and Department of Chemical Technology, extend our deep felt thanks to our chief guest, Professor Debashish Das, Dean, Faculty of Engineering and Technology, University of Calcutta, for gracing this occasion. We are extremely grateful to you, sir, to have acceded to our request for inaugurating the event. We owe special gratitude to the speakers of our seminar, Dr. Anjan Kumar Chatterjee, Dr. Arup Kumar Shamanto, and Mr. Pankaj K. Kasliwal, for their lectures, which I am quite sure will enlighten and motivate us all. We are grateful to our President, Dr. Arup Kumar Chattopadhyay, for setting the tone of the event through his inaugural address. In spite of your busy schedule, sir, your valuable contribution, guidance, and encouragement throughout has given great impetus to our work. We owe special gratitude to the Vice Chancellor and the Registrar of our university for their kind consent and support. Our heartfelt thanks to our Head of the Department, Professor Sriparna Dotto, for her stewardship, support, and commitment. I will fail in my duty if I do not put on record my deep appreciation for our Joint Secretary, Mr. Shubir Bosch, our dear Shubir Da, and Treasurer Professor Achinto Saha for their valuable contributions and tireless efforts. I wish to thank all my fellow colleagues, staff, research scholars, current students of this department for their unstinted support to organize everything. Last but not the least, I would like to thank all the sponsors as well as advertisers of this national seminar for their kind financial support. With a heavy heart, I owe special gratitude to late Dr. Moha Ghosh, our beloved Mohadi, for her continuous and relentless efforts to make this event a grand success. Our thanks goes to all our honored guests and alumni of the department for their kind presence and participation. Thanks once again for your attention.
I'm really thankful to all of the dignitaries present on the dais. This part of the inaugural session is coming to the end, and I will thankful again to all of the dignitaries. I am just requesting to all of you, please take your seat in front of the dais. Thank you, sir. Our next part is souvenir release, so please wait only 1 or 2 minutes. We are really thankful to Professor Sriporna Dotto, to Dr. Arup Kumar Chattopadhyay, Professor Debashish Dash, and Dr. Debarati Mitra. আর অবশ্যই ওই ডায়াসের বাঁ দিকে যার হাসি মুখটা আমরা দেখতে পাচ্ছি এবং যার অ্যাবসেন্সটা আমরা ভীষণভাবে ফিল করছি, এটা আর কিছু না, একটা ফিলিং। রিউনিয়ন যেখানে সবসময় আনন্দের, রিউনিয়ন যেখানে সবসময় একটা যার গলার আওয়াজ, যার হাসি আমরা প্রতি মুহূর্তে শুনতে পেতাম, রিয়েলি টুডে উই আর মিসিং ইট। We will now unveil the souvenir, Reflection 2023. It is the 13th issue. I will request Professor Sriporna Dotto, Head of the Department of Chemical Technology, please come onto the dais to unveil the souvenir. Second one, Dr. Debarati Mitra, Secretary Chemical Technology Reunion Committee, please come onto the dais, and Mr. Shubir Bose, Joint Secretary Chemical Technology Reunion Committee. Mr. Shubir Bose. So Professor Dotto, Dr. Mitra, and Mr. Bose, please come onto the dais. We will now unveil the souvenir, Reflection 2023. Our students will help. আমাদের এই সুভেনিরগুলো অ্যাকচুয়ালি আমাদের এগিয়ে যাওয়ার একটা পুস্তক বলা যেতে পারে, কিন্তু মুশকিল হচ্ছে যে এই সুভেনিরগুলো ব্যাগের মধ্যেই পড়ে থাকে, সেগুলো আর ব্যাগ থেকে বেরিয়ে হাতে উঠে আসে না। আমার প্রত্যেকের কাছে রিকোয়েস্ট যে আজকে যেটা উন্মোচিত হচ্ছে সেটা যেন আপনারা হাতে করে একটু দেখেন। Big round of applause, please. Reflection 2023, 13th issue. Reflection 2023. Thanks, Professor Dotto, Dr. Mitra, and Mr. Bose. Now we are at the end of this inaugural session. We will take a short break for high tea. Please try to present here after 15 minutes. Is it okay? After 15 minutes. We will try to be here, and after this we will start session 1, that is lunch session. সুতরাং আমরা একটু বাইরে যাই, একটু গল্প করি, একটু চা খাই, গলা ভেজাই, তার সঙ্গে একটু টুকটাক কিছু খাই। Please come back into the auditorium after 15 minutes. Thank you. এটা এখানেই রাখবো নাকি তোমার কাছে রাখবো? ডক্টর চ্যাটার্জির প্রেজেন্টেশন কি এখানে আছে? Incubation of entrepreneurship. একটু জাস্ট আমাকে জেনে বলতে পারবেন? হ্যাঁ, জাস্ট চ্যাটার্জি না চট্টোপাধ্যায় কি লেখেন? তো উনি যদি এখনই লেকচার দেন তাহলে ওনার তো এটা থাকবার কথা না?
It's my request to all of you, please come into the auditorium. We will start our next session, that is lecture session, session 1. So please come into the auditorium. প্রত্যেককে অনুরোধ রাখছি যারা বাইরে চা খাচ্ছেন এবং অবশ্যই তার সঙ্গে সামান্য জলপান করছেন, তাদের প্রত্যেককে রিকোয়েস্ট প্লিজ আপনারা একটু অডিটোরিয়ামের ভিতরে আসুন, কারণ নানা করে নেক্সট সেশন শুরু করা যাচ্ছে না। We will start our lecture session, that is session 1. We have 3 lectures in this session. We are waiting to start the program, so please all who are present outside come into the auditorium. It's my honest request to all of you, please come into the auditorium. Today we have a national seminar. The topic of the seminar is Incubation of Entrepreneurship in Institution, Unleashing the Hidden Potential. প্রত্যেককে অনুরোধ করছি 15 minutes over. So please come into the auditorium. We will start our lecture session, that is session 1. We have 3 lectures in this session. So please come into the auditorium and help to start the lecture session. প্রত্যেককে অনুরোধ করছি যারা বাইরে চা খাচ্ছেন বা সামান্য টিফিন নিচ্ছেন তারা প্লিজ আস্তে আস্তে করে একটু অডিটোরিয়ামের ভিতরে আসুন। খুব ভালো ভালো 3টে লেকচার্স আছে, যে 3টে লেকচার শুনলে আপনাদের আবার লাঞ্চ খাওয়ার ইচ্ছে জাগবে এবং সেই লাঞ্চ টাইমটা পিছিয়ে যাবে যদি এই লেকচার সেশনটা দেরি করে শেষ হয়। সুতরাং ভবিষ্যতের কথা ভেবে প্লিজ আপনারা অডিটোরিয়ামের ভিতরে আসুন।
লাঞ্চ সেশন তো মেট্রো শপে লাঞ্চের পরের যে সেশন সেটাও শুরু করতে করতে প্রচুর দেরি আর ওইখান থেকে মুক্তমঞ্চ থেকে আবার এখানে আসবে অনেকটা টাইম। আমি হচ্ছে ফিজিওলজি ডিপার্টমেন্টে, আমি এখানে শান্তিদার কাছে ছিলাম, পোস্ট ডক করেছি 7 বছর, রিসার্চ অ্যাসোসিয়েট, তারপর উমেন সায়েন্টিস্ট ছিলাম। এখন আমি অ্যাকচুয়ালি পড়াই এতে আপনার ক্যালকাটা ইউনিভার্সিটির ওই ক্যাম্পাসে না, আলিপুর ক্যাম্পাসে হিউম্যান ফিজিওলজিটা পড়াই। হ্যাঁ, এখানে গেস্ট লেকচারার হিসাবে। আর বিজ্ঞানের গবেষণা চালিয়ে যাচ্ছি আলিপুর ইউনিভার্সিটি ফিজিক্স। আমি অ্যাকচুয়ালি নিউজ রিডার দূরদর্শনের, এবং তার সঙ্গে ওই
প্রোগ্রাম অ্যানাউন্সমেন্ট এগুলো চলে FM করি আকাশবাণীতে। যারা প্রদর্শনের বিভিন্ন সায়েন্টিফিক প্রোগ্রাম আশিস নন্দী নামটা তো খুব চেনা লাগছে। হ্যাঁ আশিস নন্দী চিনি। আপনি ওনাকেও আমার নাম বলবেন, তিনিও আমাকে খুব ভালো চেনেন। আচ্ছা আশিস নন্দী, হ্যাঁ লম্বা করেছি চিনি। চলে এসেছে।
I'm requesting again to all of you, please come to the auditorium. এইদিকে দেরি হলে কিন্তু ওদের লাঞ্চের টাইমটাও আমাদের অনেক দেরি হয়ে যাবে। So it's my earnest request to all of you who are present outside the auditorium, please come into the auditorium, and only then we can start the next session, next lecture session, session 1. We have 3 lectures in this session, so it will take some time. So please come into the auditorium. Please. কফি খেয়ে বেশ গলা গরম হয়ে গেছে, একটুখানি গা হাঁটানো হয়ে গেছে। সো প্লিজ কাম ইনটু দ্য অডিটোরিয়াম। একটু বিজ্ঞান হোক, এরপর একটু বিজ্ঞান হোক, প্লিজ কাম ইনটু দ্য অডিটোরিয়াম।
প্রথম হচ্ছে ডক্টর রঞ্জন কুমার চ্যাটার্জি, তারপর হচ্ছে অরূপ কুমার সামন্ত, তারপর হচ্ছে পঙ্কজ কুমার কাসলিওয়াল, থার্ড ওয়ান হচ্ছে পঙ্কজ কুমার কাসলিওয়াল। অরূপ কুমার সামন্ত, সেকেন্ড স্পিকার অরূপ কুমার সামন্ত, ফার্স্ট স্পিকার রঞ্জন কুমার চ্যাটার্জি, আর থার্ড স্পিকার পঙ্কজ কাসলিওয়াল। সময় হচ্ছে আমরা 12টা বাজার দিকে এগোচ্ছি। 12টা বাজার কমপ্লিটলি 12টা বাজার আগে আসুন না, আমরা শুরু করে দিই আমাদের প্রোগ্রাম। প্লিজ রিকোয়েস্ট টু অল অফ ইউ, প্লিজ কাম ইনটু দ্য অডিটোরিয়াম। স্যার আপনারা যারা সামনে রয়েছেন আপনাদের একটু রিকোয়েস্ট, প্লিজ টেক ইউর সিট। যারা সামনে রয়েছেন, সমীর বাবু it's my request to all of you, please take your seat. Reunion সুতরাং গল্প করার একটা আমেজে আমরা রয়েছি, but it's my request to all of you, please take your seat in the auditorium. একা একা পথ চলা, একা একা কথা বলা, দু চোখ আজও খোঁজে ফেলে আসা ছেলেবেলা। হ্যাঁ, কেরিয়ারের সেই ছেলেবেলা আমরা রিউনিয়নের এই প্রোগ্রামগুলোতে খুঁজে ফিরি এবং সেই জন্যই বোধহয় সবাইকে এক জায়গায় জড়ো করাটা বেশ মুশকিলের। কথা থাকে, অনেক কথা থাকে, অনেক গল্প থাকে, সেটাকে সময়ের বন্ধনে আবদ্ধ করানো ইটস রিয়েলি রিয়েলি টাফ। কিন্তু তবু as an anchor, it's my duty to all of you, please come into the auditorium and help us to start the session 1. সুবিধা আমাকে দেখিয়ে গেল another 5 minutes, please, another 5 minutes. So I think it's more than 15 minutes and we are just taking 5 minutes and again 5 minutes. চলুন শুরু করি। আমার মনে হয় this session আমরা যদি শুরু করতে পারি আস্তে আস্তে করে সবাই ঢুকে যাবে। লাইটটা অফ করে দাও না অডিয়েন্সের লাইটটা অফ করে দাও, অডিয়েন্সের লাইটটা অফ করে দিতে হবে, এগুলো থাকবে। হ্যাঁ, আমি স্টার্ট করে দিচ্ছি তাহলে। আবারও সবাইকে অনুরোধ, please come into the auditorium, please. It's now time 11:40, so please come into the auditorium. লাঞ্চের টাইমে তো অনেক কথা বলার আছে, শুধুমাত্র খাওয়া তো নয়, সেখানেও অনেক কথা বলার সময় আছে। সব কথা এখন শেষ করে নিলে চলবে কি করে? তবে না, আমাদের যারা অ্যালামনাস তারা কিন্তু এসে উপস্থিত হয়ে গেছে, বরঞ্চ আমাদের বর্তমান স্টুডেন্টসরা তাদেরকে আমরা দেখতে পাচ্ছি না। সো প্লিজ স্টুডেন্টস, কাম ইনটু দ্য অডিটোরিয়াম। Well, I am starting this session. Welcome you all. We are now starting the session 1, and this is a lecture session. As I have already told that we have 3 lectures in this session. Discovery consists of seeing what everybody has seen and thinking what nobody has thought. Yes, an innovative idea can change a life. Innovation distinguishes between a leader and a follower. It's hard to beat a person who never give up. But the problem is that those innovative ideas really very rarely materialized due to lack of proper nurturing, proper encouragement. Ideas are easy, but implementation, that is hard.
Let's hear from Dr. Anjan Kumar Chatterjee on the topic Incubation of Entrepreneurship in Institution, Unleashing the Hidden Potential. A short introduction of Dr. Anjan Kumar Chatterjee. He is a material scientist and has spent almost 5 decades in the cement and concrete industry as a corporate executive. He holds a doctorate degree from the Moscow State University, Russia. He carried out his research studies at the Institute of Metallurgy in Moscow and the Building Research Establishment in the United Kingdom. Professionally, Dr. Chatterjee started his career as a faculty member of the Material Science Center of IIT Kharagpur, India, and retired as a whole-time executive director of SCC Limited, Mumbai. Dr. Chatterjee is a fellow of the Indian National Academy of Engineering, Indian Concrete Institute, and Indian Ceramic Institute. He has been conferred Lifetime Achievement Award by different associations. He has numerous technical publications and awards to his credit. I would like to invite Dr. Anjan Kumar Chatterjee on the dais to deliver his theme lecture. Please, any person, just help him. এদিকে একটু হেল্প করো, কারণ শিল্পের অবস্থা খুব খারাপ। ফ্লাওয়ার বুকে রেডি করো, ফ্লাওয়ার বুকে। Dr. Anjan Kumar Chatterjee. The topic of his lecture, Incubation of Entrepreneurship in Institution, Unleashing the Hidden Potential. Sir, अपना chair On behalf of the reunion committee, we just welcome you with the flower bouquets. So now it is your time and the dais is now yours. Dr. Chatterjee, please. Yeah, sure.
এই স্লাইডগুলো বোধহয় অফ করলে স্লাইডটা দেখা যাবে আর কি। হ্যাঁ।
স্যার এটা নিয়ে
দরকার
আমি যদি ওটাতে বলতে পারেন, যদি এটা তো
না, এটা
হয়ে যাবে।
হয়ে যাবে,
অসুবিধা হবে
না হ্যাঁ, কাজ করছে।
স্যার আপনি দেখুন পরে আছে, ওই পরে ওখানে দেখুন। হ্যাঁ আপনি স্যার এটা করুন
না,
সামনে এটা পিছনে সামনে।
হ্যাঁ জানি তো, এটা করা যাবে, এটা করা যাবে।
আমাদের পিছনে পয়েন্টার, এটা
পয়েন্টারটা হচ্ছে কি এনিওয়ে, ঠিক আছে, ওটা বোধহয় হচ্ছে না, যাই হোক।
স্যার পয়েন্টার চলছে
না বোধহয়, মনে তো হলো। ঠিক আছে। Good afternoon to all of you. I think it's a great privilege for me to be here on the dais and facing some of the best teachers and professionals of the country. I remember that more or less for the similar occasion, but your department was somewhat of a different orientation at that time. I am recalling 2001 when I was also asked to make a presentation in the reunion in the January of that year. And that time, I had the good fortune that the person who was behind my coming here was an outstanding alumnus of this department, Dr. Subrata Ganguly. And I had then spoken about some of the advances in the inorganic materials. Now, almost after 2 decades, I was again persuaded by a very successful alumnus of this department, Dr. Arup Chattopadhyay, who has been my colleague for decades now, and he persuaded that let me come and share some of my thoughts on the subject that you see on the slide, that incubation of entrepreneurship in institution. Yes, it's a very, very important issue, subject, and often not paid the right kind of attention that it requires. Why I say so? Because entrepreneurship is not something which has come up only this year or the previous year or during the COVID problem years, nothing of that kind. Entrepreneurship has got a history behind it of a few centuries. You know, it was first thought of in the 17th century by Robert Cantillon, and later on in the 20th century, the concept has been continuously modified, and most of you who are stalwarts in the industry and also outstanding faculty members here, they all still would remember, say, Schumpeter, or for that matter, Drucker. You know, these management gurus, they also carried the concept forward. And still, people define the entrepreneurship in various ways. There is no one uniform definition of entrepreneurs. But I always prefer to give a very simple definition to this, which I have written here. An entrepreneur is one who transforms innovations into economic goods. Means you might have an idea, but idea and opportunity are not the same thing. They differ from each other. And if you have an idea which acts as an opportunity for you, then all that you need to address the entire chain of developing a business, right from invention or an idea into an innovation, and from innovation into a business opportunity, and making a business really work with all its risks, all its involvements in the field of economics. And this conversion of people from non-entrepreneurial state to entrepreneurial state is something which we always call as the act of entrepreneurship. And this entrepreneurship, what it leads to, it ultimately leads to what we call as the creation of new organizations. I think in the back side you need to really stop for a while your conversation, right? At the back side of the auditorium. Thank you, thank you. Now, the net result of entrepreneurship is either creation of few organizations, new organizations, or revitalizing a mature organization in response to some of the perceived opportunities. And therefore, in the present management world, there are two expressions that are used. One is called the entrepreneur, and the other is called entrepreneur. Entrepreneur is those who create the new organizations, new companies. We use a very fancy expression these days, the startups. You know, that's what the entrepreneurs are supposed to do, whereas entrepreneurship is when you are still in an organization, but you have found something by which you can push that organization into a new opportunity, new horizon, new business. Then you call that as entrepreneurs and entrepreneurship. Now, with this beginning, let me come to a very important issue before all of us is, why create entrepreneurs? Even if we don't create entrepreneurs, how does it really affect us? There are several ways this can be answered. One of the most important way of answering is what I have said in the first line. Most of these, the backside, my dear students will not be able to read perhaps. Nevertheless, I will read it out for you. To transform the young minds from being what we called as job seekers to job creators. These two words, I think all of you should remember very, very clearly, that our present education system generally leads us to being job seekers. It's not only today, even when I grew up, what we found there was that you must know how to write your CV to be attached to the application for a job. We had learned about, how to tackle a job interview. You must remember also that all that you have gone through is through the placement officers in your institution, including IITs and all that. We had a placement section in IIT Kharagpur, which was always busy finding out jobs for the students. And, we also always looked at the campus interviews, that companies will come to the campus and I must prove my worth and get into a good job opportunity. So this is how the tradition of education has really moved in our country, right from maybe 60, 70 years back when I started as a student, and right today I do not see a very serious change of the direction of teaching in our academic establishments. Now, how do you bring this transformation? if you have to bring this transformation, all that you have to look at, the problems, change in environment, inventions, and competitions. These are the buzzwords that we in management always keep on using, and these are the roots of opportunities. If there is a problem, I need to find out a solution of this problem. I will give you a very small example how we used to persuade. This I was remembering when Dr. Gautam Banerjee was sitting by my side. All of you know that he was a very senior person in Central Glass and Ceramics Research Institute. Now, in those days, in the refractory field, there was a particular product called dolomite refractories, which we were even importing from outside. And this product had many positives, but one serious negative was its shelf life. And there were certain operational problems. I will not get diverted towards that. But I posed that problem to Gautam Banerjee and said that you lead an R&D team, and this is a glaring problem before the industry. Why don't you handle that? And I still remember that he listened to my request very deeply, and after some time he moved into that arena and did an excellent job with his team. So this is just to give you an example that there are problems. Those problems should not really stop you, but those problems should encourage you to find a solution and a business opportunity. Same thing talks about the change in environment. I do not know whether you have heard any time Adani, who is the richest person now, who has overtaken even Mukesh Ambani. And Adani, in one of his talks, he was mentioning that his breakthrough came when Dr. Manmohan Singh changed the basic industrial policy framework in India and allowing the opportunity of exporting. That's how he moved into this, and the rest of the story is known to all of you. So like that, inventions and competitions are the other two areas significantly giving you opportunity. And all this really leads to what? Leads to create wealth by knowing and growing internal opportunities such as passion or a habit. This part normally you do not bother or take care. That if you have a passion, there are instances where world is available to them to create wealth by transforming the passion into business opportunity. And competition, you understand, I'm sure. Now, all this ultimately should lead to what we call as the reduction in unemployment and poverty. So entrepreneurship, through all these steps and stages, ultimately must lead us to reduction of unemployment effectively. And how do you promote this entrepreneurship, which is one of the primary objects of today's seminar before you? I'll come into some details a little later if time permits, but what I thought is that let's look at the Indian scenario today. This is a graph showing you the employment and unemployment in a quantitative terms as registered and recorded in our country, and that's too in December 2022. So if you look at that, on the left-hand side, it's the employment number, and on the right-hand side, it's the unemployment number. And you would find that the unemployment in our country, officially declared, and the statistics for which were held by the government, is also more than 30 million, means almost the population of some of the European countries. So this is one thing that is important for India to look at entrepreneurship. Now if you go further into entrepreneurship and unemployment as a solution from entrepreneurship, then you would find that over the entire couple of decades in our country, the unemployment of the youth, about which we are worried in this room more particularly, has always been on a rising trend. And today, amongst the youth, the unemployment ratio is more than almost close to 30%, 28%. The other index of the unemployment, if you look at by government statistics, that graduates and above, this category, if you look at today as the index of unemployment in the educated youth, then you would find it's touching 20%. Or in other words, you might not agree with all the numbers, but you must agree to the fact that despite all efforts in our country, we are still marching ahead with unemployment, and which is very significant part of the national population. Now, what India has done to tackle this so far? There are many steps taken over the last few decades in our country. The most important is the creation of MSME sector. MSME means micro, small and medium-sized enterprises. And MSME sector is a very strong beginning in our country. And today, according to the official statistics, we have got 63 million units employing about 110 million employees and contributing roughly about 30% to our GDP. So it's a very strong base that we have got in our country. Later on, what we have done is that not only the manufacturing, we have brought services into MSME sector, and which has given further boost for employment. Another important development about which all of you are known and which has got a strong fillip during the COVID years of last 2-3 years, that's about promoting the e-commerce. That has again helped in a great way. And all this, as of now, made India a strong case of startup ecosystem. And we have got, as of today, about 100 unicorns. Unicorns, you understand, where the business valuation is more than $1 billion US. And that kind of organizations or companies are there, exceeding 100 in the 75th anniversary year of our nation. Now, what have we done in our country? Therefore, one is that at the industry level, the MSME and e-commerce. The other important is the creation of National Science and Technology Development Board under Department of Science and Technology. This is to create a network of support systems. Third important thing that has happened, that's the Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship has separately been created, and that is supposed to really narrow down the requirement of traditional skills, new skills, and demand and requirement in those fields. And the last one that I would like to just draw your attention to, which has come up only in the recent past, that's about initiating what we call as the Atal, it's in the name of the then Prime Minister, Atal Bihari Vajpayee, the Atal Innovation Mission, and promoting Atal Incubation Centers. So these concepts are already available in our country. Quickly going through, I hope another 5-10 minutes? Okay. In the academic field, what we have done, we have got Entrepreneurship Development Institute in Ahmedabad, in Gandhinagar, which was created somewhere in the 80s. And I had opportunity of linking up with that number of occasions. Maharashtra Center for Entrepreneurship Development in Aurangabad, National Institute of Entrepreneurship and Small Business Development in Noida, National Institute for MSME in Hyderabad, special courses and projects in almost all the institutes of management in India, and a few technology innovation centers in some of the ID-related field. But with all this, the trouble is that India is aiming towards a $5 trillion economy by 26-27. That's the latest shifted milestone for 5 trillion economy. This is yet to be achieved, and we do not still know what is the pathway of achieving that. If you look at today, globally we take GDP percentage with small businesses, roughly about 50% globally, but we are still at 30% level. So there is plenty of opportunity there. 90% of the startup companies in India fail. This is a very critical issue, that 90% of the startup companies fail. And why? Lack of innovation. Just because of lack of innovation, this is an IBM report, and that proves that where are we? And much stronger need for entrepreneurial youth in India, obvious from all this. And if you have to do that in an academic environment like yours, what do you need to do? You need to sensitize, first of all, the faculty members with entrepreneurial needs and compulsions. Without any disrespect to the brilliant and erudite faculties of the institute, this is grossly lacking. Unless the faculties develop the strong sense of urgency and adopt the means of proceeding forward, you cannot do the rest of the things in the pipeline. So this is a very important requirement, as everybody now sees. Transforming the mindset of the student fraternity to entrepreneurship. As I mentioned to you earlier, that our mindset is still to seek jobs, not to create jobs. So therefore, you have to cover up a long distance from being job seekers to job creators. And for that, you need to change the mindset of the students that the faculties are handling. You have to develop multidisciplinary curriculum between the academia and industry. The level of interaction has to grow, initiating the development of business incubation centers, and last but not the least, building up links with S&T parks. And these are absolutely essential, important steps that you need to take to really bring up entrepreneurship. I will not go into all the details because of the time constraints. An entrepreneur has to have a lot of attitudinal issues, and which are most of the time are inborn, but in many situations they are created. For example, in our country, if you go back to the legendary entrepreneurs, starting from Jamshedji Tata to Narayan Murthy, this entire expanse of the entrepreneurs, they didn't really have opportunities of getting through the grind of converting themselves into entrepreneurs. But they brought India to a position where we are today in our country. The entrepreneurs, if you have to become, there are certain pros and cons. The pros are very strong, that you are independent, you are creating wealth, but cons are far more disturbing, means the business might fail. So you carry the risk of doing business. Obstacles are manifold. It's basically a lonely affair of carrying on with the business, and financial insecurity is something you cannot really eliminate. So with all these things, you need to build up the entrepreneurs. If you have to build up the entrepreneurs, you need to really develop your curriculum, not deviating from what you are teaching, but to create entrepreneurs, you need to have a different set of curriculum. And this curriculum must contain, inter alia, things like behavioral sciences, business communication, microeconomics, and basics of management, particularly in HR, human resources, and financial. And there are many others which are required. If I have to go into the details, the time would not permit, but this is just an indication. This is virtually unknown to the student world till the time I taught even at IIT. The essence of microeconomics, that I don't want all of you to become Amartya Sen, but you need to have enough inputs to become a microeconomist. Means that you must sensitize yourself to respond to the changes of the environment around you as a businessman or the firm where you are really engaging yourself. And with this, I already mentioned about creating the conviction and confidence in the faculties. You can do it in many ways. The time would require that to discuss. You can do industry-academia interaction in many ways. You can create a chair, you can have reciprocal visits. This is what normally we do not do from the academic institutions. That we love to invite a big industrialist who will deliver a 15-minute talk like as I am doing, but then you will go home, you will forget, the industry leader will forget on his term. Now this will not do. There are ways of doing reciprocal visits. Undertaking joint and sponsored projects is simple for you to understand. Organizing industry-supported courses, which I have seen some under the Macaut, where Shoikat is today at the head of affairs, and I have seen some of the industry-supported courses being taught there, but still there is lot of opportunity to improve that. Last is organizing annual meets and exhibitions for the entrepreneurs. Now, setting up of business incubation center, probably I have crossed my limit. I cannot go into the details, but this is something which as institution, stalwarts, you need to bear in mind, you must keep it in front of you as something that you need to do. And business incubation centers are to provide workspaces, mentoring, education, and access to willing startup investors to take up shape while operating at lower costs and performance levels. So this is something which needs to be really borne in mind by the academic institution. Last, as I mentioned, that there are science and technology parks already developed in a very scanty manner in our country compared to, say, United States or some of the European countries, that these linkage with the S&T parks will provide you the necessary networking of startups in the fields which are away from me, but there are certain commonalities, and you need to really imbibe those things into your circumstances. So, friends, ladies and gentlemen, it requires a few hours of talking, not in one day, but many times over, just to bring in the culture of entrepreneurship into the academia. And this is something without which this country will not really touch the magic figure that the country's economy wants to touch. And for that, it's essential for us to really focus on this, not only at this reunion level or the push that Arup Chattopadhyay has given along with his entire committee members towards this, but this requires to be picked up by the institution and organize a thrust towards transforming our youth from job seekers to job creators. That's the essence of what I wanted to convey. Thank you, friends, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Dr. Chatterjee, for this beautiful presentation. Actually, माननीय प्रधानमंत्री मिस्टर नरेंद्र मोदी তিনি আমাদের প্রতি মুহূর্তে বলছেন আত্মনির্ভর ভারত। আজকে আমরা শুনলাম জব সিকার্স টু জব ক্রিয়েটার্স, এটাই এখন মন্ত্র আমরা বলতে পারি বর্তমান ভারতবর্ষের। Actually, success is not the way to happiness. Happiness is the key to success. If you love what you are doing, you will be successful. আসলে প্রত্যেকটা সাফল্যের পেছনে অনেকগুলো ফেলিওর অ্যাটেম্প্ট থাকে, আমরা ভয় পাই এই ফেলিওরটাকে। জাস্ট টমাস এডিসনের একটা কথা একটু কোট করতে চাই, I have not failed, I have just found 10,000 ways that won't work. এক্স্যাক্টলি, আমরা অনেকগুলো পথ খুঁজে পাই হয়তো যে পথ ধরে সেই সাকসেসের দিকে এগিয়ে দিতে পারি। On behalf of Reunion Committee, President of the Chemical Technology Reunion Committee, Dr. Arup Kumar Chattopadhyay will now present the memento because we want to memorize this presence of Dr. Chatterjee, Dr. Ranjan Kumar Chatterjee. It's now time actually, Dr. Chatterjee to Dr. Chatterjee, announced by Dr. Chatterjee. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please come in and read.
এক সেকেন্ড হ্যাঁ
ঠিক আছে আমার মনে হয় ওনাকে আরেকটা শ্রদ্ধা জানানো আরেকটা উপায় হচ্ছে আজকে যে লেকচারটা উনি দিলেন এটা নিয়ে আমার রিকোয়েস্ট ডিপার্টমেন্ট যদি ফ্যাকাল্টিরা মিলে একদিন একটা রিভিউ মিটিংয়ে বসে এইটাকে ফার্দার ভিজুয়ালাইজ করার জন্য এবং যদি মনে করেন এটাকে আরো ডিব্রিফ করার জন্য ভিজুয়ালাইজ করার জন্য একটা কনফারেন্স বা সেমিনার ডিপার্টমেন্টে অর্গানাইজ করতে হবে যাতে ইন্ডাস্ট্রি ফ্যাকাল্টি আসবে যদি মনে করেন ডিব্রিফিং দরকার আছে আর যদি মনে করেন ফ্যাকাল্টিরা ভিজুয়ালাইজ করে ফেলেছে ভালো না হলে কিন্তু এটা রিকোয়েস্ট করবো তাহলে মনে হয় ওনাকে শেষ মানে আরো শ্রদ্ধা জানানো
Thank you very much for your suggestion. We will take it up through alumni association. We have a now very active alumni association and we'll definitely take the help of faculty members because they are the people who are interacting on a day-to-day basis. Thank you for suggestion. That's fine.
Please put on the light. Please put on the light. Now we are preparing for the second lecture. Indian economy, a bullish outlook, how industry is going to propel this growth. I'm just again repeating. Indian economy, a bullish outlook, how industry is going to propel this growth. This is the topic of the second lecture and this will be given by Dr. Arup Kumar Shamonto, alumnus 1993 from TRL Krosaki Refractories Limited. He has published 61 technical papers in different journals and received 13 patents in India. One of the development work of monoblock precast ladle for mini steel plants has been recognized as the best Tata Innovation Award among 44 national and international Tata companies. I would like to invite Dr. Arup Kumar Shamonto on the dais. Dr. Shamonto, please. I'm again repeating the topic of his lecture, Indian economy, a bullish outlook, how industry is going to propel this growth. Please. And he will be honored with the presentation of the flower bouquet. Please.
দুটো আছে কিন্তু একটু
Take your seat there. We give a flower bouquet to you, and then you can start the lecture. We will present our flower bouquet to Dr. Shamonto. Now the dance is over. Please, we will start the lecture.
স্যার এটা উঠবে না
Good afternoon. Thank you, ma'am, for your introduction. So, in addition to her, actually, I passed 93 BTech Ceramic Engineering and MTech in 1995. And then I pursued my PhD degree under guidance of Dr. Shankar Goto. Today, he is sitting in front of me. And today, this is my great pleasure to be here and share this dais and also give a talk in front of my professors who are also sitting here. And the topic which today, which is not exactly related to my subject, it is the Indian economy, a bullish outlook, how industry is going to propel this growth. Already Dr. Chatterjee touched upon some of the facts in Indian economy. So in my lecture, I will cover global economy projection and position of India, Indian economic indicators and movement anticipated, and of course what are the different initiatives taken by the government for economic development, and the growth projections of Indian manufacturing industries, some of the important manufacturing industry who are the key player, and lastly about the challenges and preparedness of the respective industries. Global economy projections and positions of India. See, already Dr. Chatterjee mentioned that if you consider that global GDP, it is around 100 trillion US dollar. And it is mostly by the United States and the China. The Indian economy is around 3.35 trillion US dollar. But if you see the contribution of GDP to the global economy, then we are categorized all the global countries in 5 categories, that Asia Pacific, Americans, Europe, Africa and the Middle East. And India fall around as Asia Pacific countries. So 2020, the contribution of GDP to global is around 44% by those countries, and now by 2030 it will increase to 52%. And since India fall these categories, so there is a ample growth, economic opportunities for India. And today, India is the 5th largest economy in the global sense. If you see the long-term GDP transition, starting from 2020 to 26, you can see, and it has been categorized in different color code, where the GDP is 6%, 3 to 6%, and 0 to 3%. You can see in 2022, due to this red mark, because this is nothing but the Ukraine-Russia war, and now it is slowly it becoming this color, and ultimately there will be increase in the GDP. But one of the important parameters is that India is color is always a deep green, means that GDP for India is always 6 or more than 6% in coming years, which is a very favor for the economic development of India as well as for the industrialization. Now, what is the percentage change in GDP projection? If you see the global sense, that what is the increase or change in percentage over the last year, that is in 21 it is 6%, as because 20 that time there was a COVID, so that GDP growth was less, and there is a continuous increase. But if you see here where India, that is the emerging and developing Asia, India fall in these categories, here the increase is significant, 4.4, and expected in 2023 it will becoming 4.9. And if you see the individual parameter, expected parameter GDP for India, then in this last financial year 21-22 it was 8.7%, now it is becoming 6.5% projected in this financial year, and next financial year expected is 6%. And we are expecting that in 2030, that India becoming the next, the second or third position in the global sense in the world. Yes. Yes, this is the Indian economy, a bullish outlook. If you see that Indian economy 1981, that time it was only 0.19 trillion US dollar. Now today, in 2022, it is now 3.35 trillion dollar, and the position of India today is the 5th in the global sense. And in 2030, Dr. Chatterjee already mentioned that Indian economy becoming the 5 trillion US dollar, and Indian position from 5th to be increased in the 3rd position just after China and USA. Now, what is the Indian economic indicators which will that run the economy of the India and movement anticipated. These are some of the parameters which indicate about the economic situation of a country. If you see that all the parameters are in a favor of the industrialization, apart from this para, that is repo rate. If you consider the repo rate is 4%, now it has increased to 6.5% in financial year 23 expected. And it may be the same in the next year also, 24. But apart from repo rate, all other parameters if you consider, then there is a very favorable about the Indian economic growth. Here we have plotted the change of Indian economy in last 30 years, starting from 91 calendar year to today, 2022. See, here if you can see the last 7 years, starting from 2016 to 2020, there all 7 years there is a positive returns, which is a very positive side for the economic development. And another situation was there from 2002 to 2007. In that period also there was a positive return, 6 consecutive years. And here in the last 7 consecutive years, there is a positive return of Indian economy. Sorry. Yes. Now, if you study about the sector-wise, which sector is contributing the Indian economy, then you can see starting from bank, PSU, utilities, metal, bank, private. So out of all these things up to these infrastructures, there is in this calendar year all are positive return. But these some of the negative return. But if you again studied about that how many years there is a positive return, then this Nifty 50, they have all 7 years there is a positive return. Consumer, bank, private, out of 7 years, 6 years there is a positive return. Then what are the initiatives for Indian economic development that governments has to be taken, some private companies they have to be taken? That economic development for any country, there are 4 pillars. One of the pillar is the policies made by the government. Second thing is the infrastructures and logistics. Third is that urbanizations, and fourth is the capex. So let us discuss that what today we are, and after 5 years, 10 years, what will be there in that Indian economics. If you see the policies, key policies for economic growth of India, 5 policies taken by the government, and one of the, we know that Make in India initiatives, that we have to manufacture in India all kind of products. So that is another thing. Apart from Make in India concept, there is other 4 policies, that is production link initiative scheme, then national logistic policy, G20 summit recently, we know all these things, and high budget allocation to manufacturing segment. So these are some details are there. I am not going to the details, but these are some of the policies taken by the government of India for the development of the economic growth of this country. Second thing is the logistic development. What the government is doing for the logistic development. There are 2 kinds of logistic. One is the Indian Railways, another is the National Highway. If you see the Indian Railways, then there is a significant investment by the government. If you consider 2020, 2021, 2022 and 2023, with up to 2022, there was CAGR rate was 16.4%. Now there is a significant investment for the Indian Railways. And second is the National Highways. So the target is 49 kilometer road every day and total number of highway. So these all are in favor of development of economy of the country. Third is that urbanization. If you consider today, 2022, considering that in India around 30.4% people living in urban area. Considering if you see the other countries, that Brazil is the highest 87.3% and world average is around 56.6%. But there is a projection by 2050 in India, around 53% from the figure of 35%, around 53% people will be living in the urban area, and that is why that urban population growths are indicative of a steady growth of Indian manufacturing industries. So that is another indication that India is signing or growing, and also the Indian economics is also growing. Fourth thing is the capex. Capex investment, you can see there are two. One is that private capex, another is that both central government and the state government. If you see the private, then there is not significant increase in the capex, but in next 5 years, there is a significant investment by the private organization. But there is a steady investment by the government, and in the next 3 years, that rate will be around 32%, both including that government of India as well as the state government. Next is the growth projections for Indian manufacturing industry. So what are the manufacturing industry, major manufacturing industry if you consider? Then steel, cement, copper and aluminium. These four are the major manufacturing unit. And if you see the per capita consumption against the world average, then still India it is around 76 kg against the 233 of the world average. So this figure indicates there is the opportunity for development or for in all sectors, not only steel, cement, copper and aluminium, these are the major players. If you consider the steel, China, you know that China is the number one player, their production capacity, productivity, everything is number one. But today, India becoming the second position in the steel manufacturing, and if you see the projection of the India, that in this 2021 around 118 and in 2023 maybe 126 million steel we have to produce in India. But the way China was leading to the globe, but India becoming the same way to be the not major, but India also manufacturing the highest quantity of the steel just after China. Who are the player in India? You know, basically just here, I just mentioning here, there is a vision 2047 by government India that 500 million ton installed capacity, steel capacity by 2047 after 100 years of our independence. And here, these are the capacity. These are the capacity, but today if you consider the capacity of the steel manufacturing, which is about 154 million metric ton, but this major steel company, they have announced their expansion. If you consider Tata Steel, they have to expand around 19 million metric ton, JSW 18 million metric ton. So like this, by 2031, around 283. So today 154, and by adding all these things, so it may become around 283 million metric ton capacity. And these are the area, airports, housing, capital, automobiles, where there is a requirement for the steel. And here is the projection up to 3031, it is all for projection for the steel industry. And one of the important thing is that there are several process or method by which steel is being manufactured, but most of the steel to be manufactured through electric arc furnace route. So that is another important. Coming to the cement industry. Cement industry, there is a CAGR of around 11% up to 25-26, and then 30-31, that there is around 800 million ton cements to be manufactured in India. And if you see the right hand side, all the cement manufacturer, there is a growth. starting from Ultratech, Ambuja, ACC, Sri Cement, Birla Corporation, everything. You can see last 3 years about their percentage of the growth. So every cement manufacturers are growing with a significant figure. And here also, it is the infrastructure, roadways, and the buildings. These are the areas where there is a requirement of this cement. Coming to the non-ferrous specifically aluminium and copper, and here also there is a growth. Sir was telling that Adani, but now that Adani, that is the copper, is the leader in India, and you can see that from, if you consider 21, 22 and 30, 31, in next 10 years, the copper will be double, and today what we are manufacturing. Aluminium, 3.34 million ton to 6.5 million tons by 2031. And this is basically that electric vehicles, and today's people are preferring the electrical vehicles, and that's lead to that how people are also manufacturing more and more copper and aluminium. Another thing is the chemical and fuels. What is their growth projection? They are going to investment huge in this financial year 23, around 212.8 US dollar, billion rupees, not it is a billion rupees. And the market for oil and gas, you can see from the 60 billion to, it will be going around 70 billion US dollar by 2025. Means all the major sectors, there is a significant growth in next 5 years and next 10 years. Now coming to the last topic, that is the Indian refractory industry and overview. So who are our major customer for the refractories company or refractory organizing company who are manufacturing the refractories? Basically steel, cement, copper, aluminium, glass, power, these are the major customer for the refractories. If you see the total refractories, so around 70% of the refractories consumed by the steel industries. And therefore, if there is a growth of the steel industry, obviously refractory industry will also grow. Now, what is the market? It is very important. What is the globe refractory market and what is the Indian refractory market? If you see the globe, then it is today around 33 billion US dollar, which will be becoming around 47 billion dollar by 2030. So there is a significant expansion of the refractory market. What is the Indian market? It is also very attractive. Today is around 9,700 crore rupees, which will be becoming around 1,200 crore rupees in 2025, and it will be becoming another 15,000 crore rupees by 2031. So there is also a significant growth of the refractory market in India. But there is certain challenges are there. These all are the opportunities, but there are certain challenges are there. We have to take care to overcome all those challenges. Number one challenge is the raw material security. So one of the major raw material is the magnesite, and you can see the China, around 66.7% reserve is having by the China. So all the countries dependent upon the China for the magnesite. Because India is having magnesite, but that magnesite is not to the refractory grade of the magnesite. So therefore it is very important to secure the raw materials to overcome these challenges. Apart from raw material, logistic part is also there. I have just logistic part in last year only. The logistic increase about up to 300% because we have to take material from China to India to sea freight. So we do not have any control. So therefore, that is the dependency on the imported raw material along with the logistic part. Then service and safety. Online checking of the health of the equipment. So any equipment, whether it is blast furnace, whether it is a torpedo ladle, any other equipment, so it has to be strengthened. That yes, what is the potential of this material of this equipment, whether we have to take shutdown. So online and safety and services are also very important. So that is another challenge for the refractory industries. Third is the trust and commitment. focus on trustworthy supply and long-term commitment on uninterrupted supply chain management. That is another challenges we have to take care. And the backward integration for raw materials, I have already mentioned. And third is very important, use of the recycled raw material, just to overcome this the dependency of the imported raw material. So today people have started to use the recycled material, but not in a big way, but this is the challenge, that how to use the recycled material in a bigger way. Fourth is the Make in India. Already it has been discussed, so I am not going through about it. But sourcing of raw material, again, to avoid the distance in the production, offer complete range of refractories, because some of the refractory raw material if you do not have, then it is very difficult to make it to follow the Make in India concept. And third is the energy crisis, which has already been started in Europe. The gas prices are increased like anything. So therefore, we have to think about the alternate energy like natural gas to overcome these challenges also. I have another 2 to 3 slides. So then, what are the preparedness of refractory industries to overcome all those challenges? Number one is that to enhance the volume, enhance the production capacities with the world's best technologies, because if you do not have the upgraded technology, you cannot fight to the other rest of the country who are very advanced in technology. So therefore, upgradation of production facilities to meet the challenging performance requirement. Second is the technology. Bring the world-based technology to build up a new R&D center, to recruit the good people, to do the research, and then only we can make, we can fulfill this Make in India concept, and also we can give the satisfactory performance of our user industries. Recycled raw material. Here's one figure I would like to mention, that for a steel plant, if you see that 60% refractory, out of that 70% they can use, but 30% is unused refractories, which is around 9 million tons. So therefore, what I am talking that if you consider this part, that unused of the used refractories which can be recycled, and it will help to reduce the dependency of several imported raw materials. Digitalization and smart refractory solution, yes, moving towards Industry 4.0, automation and mechanization in both manufacturing unit as well as application of refractories, and customer relationship management in digital platform, which will also give pace to improve the refractory industries and also to overcome those challenges. And lastly is that about the sustainability, that focus on sustainability, reduction of carbon footprint, and move towards green refractory solution, and also focus on gas firing apart from the oil firing and other coal firing, which is the reasons for the environment pollutions. In remarks column, I have mentioned 4 points here. I have discussed that in global GDP, the contribution of India is significant and it will increase in coming year. So it is expected by 2030, India may secure 3rd position in GDP ranking after China and USA. There is a positive return in last 7 years in most of the sector, which has created a healthy situation for industrialization and investment. Government of India along with state government are also taking several measures like policies, infrastructure improvement, capex investment, etc. for the development of the economy. And along with other industries, there is also a significant growth projected in refractory industries, but there are several challenges which has to be taken care to enjoy the opportunities in future. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Shamito, for this beautiful lecture. And according to him, all parameters favorable for Indian economic growth, a high and positive return of Indian growth, Indian economy in last 7 years, positive indicator for the manufacturing segment, 4 pillars to get economic growth. One is policy, second, infrastructure and logistic development, third, urbanization, and fourth, capex investment. Steel, cement, these industry are growing. Aluminium and copper manufacturing industry are growing. Market for chemical and fuels, oil and gas are growing. Significant growth of refractory market, and also he told us opportunities and challenge of economic growth. Thank you, Dr. Samanto, for this beautiful lecture. Now, on behalf of the Reunion Committee, he will be, a memento will present to him, and Dr. Chatterjee, again, please, Dr. Arup Kumar Chatterjee, President of the Reunion Committee, I'm requesting you to hand over the memento to Dr. Samanto on behalf of the Reunion Committee.
Good, well done.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Chatterjee, and thank you, Dr. Samanto.
এখানে কিন্তু আমি ডক্টর সামন্তকে অ্যাড্রেস করে একটা কথা, সেটা হচ্ছে দেখুন G20 সামিট 5টা পলিসির মধ্যে বলা হচ্ছে গভর্নমেন্ট একটু ভালো ভালো পলিসি দিচ্ছে G20 সামিট। আমার নলেজ G20 সামিট ইন্ডিয়া এমনিতে ইট ইজ এ রোটেশনাল সিস্টেম। ইন্ডিয়া ন্যাচারাল কোর্সে কিন্তু G20 সামিট ইউজ করার অপরচুনিটি পেয়েছে। আমি অ্যাকসেপ্ট করবো কিনা দেখো, আমি ওটাকে ইন্ডিয়া গভর্নমেন্ট ভালো ভালো পলিসি নিচ্ছে, কিন্তু G20 সামিট হোস্ট করছে, ওটাকে আমি ক্রেডিট দিতে চাই না। এটা রোটেশনাল সিস্টেম, ইন্ডিয়া অপরচুনিটি পেয়েছে, হোস্ট করছে, এইটা। আর আরেকটা হচ্ছে আপনি এরকম ভালো কথা বলছেন যে এরকম যে জিডিপি হচ্ছে একেবারে সেই 6%-এর মধ্যে যাচ্ছে, এবং আরো বিয়ারিং, আমি পড়াশোনা করে দেখছি, আরো বিয়ারিং রিপোর্ট পাচ্ছি যে 230 থেকে থার্ড হবে বলছে। বলছি জিডিপি ইন্ডিয়া নাকি এই ওয়ার্ল্ড জিডিপির 1/4 অর্থাৎ 6% না 25% থেকে চলছে, এটা আরো ভালো দিক পেয়েছে। এবং রিসেন্টলি যে রিসেশন চলছে ওয়ার্ল্ডে, ইন্ডিয়া যে প্রোটেক্টেড ইকোনমি, যার জন্য ইন্ডিয়া সাফারার হয়নি, বরঞ্চ ইনভেস্টাররা এখানে এটা। কিন্তু আমার আরেকটা নেগেটিভ, এটা আমি জানি না, আপনার তো কন্ট্রিবিউট করার স্কোপ কম, কিন্তু আপনার যদি কানেকশন থাকে বলতে পারেন গভর্নমেন্ট ফোরামে।
একটু ইন্টারাপ্ট করবো। আপনি প্লিজ একটু ওনার সঙ্গে যদি আলোচনা করেন ভালো হয়, কারণ আমরা অলরেডি রানিং শর্ট অফ টাইম।
আমারও হয়ে গেছে, আপনি একটুখানি সার্ভিস সেক্টরটা নিয়ে যদি কোনো ফোরাম পান বলুন।
হ্যাঁ বলুন, ঠিক আছে, আপনি লাঞ্চের সময়
না না, আমাকে বলার দরকার নেই, না আমার ওভার।
থ্যাংক ইউ।
Actually, we are running short. We are eagerly waiting for lunch, and also we are eagerly waiting for the third lecture of this session. Mr. Pankaj Kumar Kasriwal, I am requesting you to come on to the dais. Any time is a good time to start. What is not started will never get finished. So, let's start. If you cannot do great things, do small things in a great way. So the topic of this lecture, incubation of startup, Indian oil and gas perspective. Actually, we are really feeling honored to present him the flower bouquet. It is a very short introduction of Mr. Pankaj Kumar Kasriwal. He is working as Deputy General Manager, Technology Promotion and Forecasting at Indian Oil Corporation Limited R&D Center with a master's degree MS in Chemical from IIT Chennai. Mr. Kasriwal has more than 2 decades of uninterrupted R&D experience. To align with mission of PM in Startup India under flagship division of Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas implemented startup scheme in area of hydrocarbon industry to promote innovation and create an ecosystem of a common platform for startup in oil and gas industry. Mr. Kasliwal has, to his credit, over 20 research publications in peer-reviewed national international journals and 70 national and international patents, besides winning several prestigious awards for presenting the best research papers in international conference. So we are eagerly waiting to hear the lecture from Mr. Pankaj Kumar Kasliwal on the topic Incubation of Startup, Indian Oil and Gas Perspective. Mr. Kasliwal, please.
Hello. Hello. Am I audible? Hello. Am I audible now? Yeah, thank you. Firstly, thank you very much for giving this opportunity to present the case of entrepreneurship in the Indian oil and gas sector in this national symposium which is being held in Kolkata here. And I, on behalf of Indian Oil, would like to convey our feelings for the Professor Mahua, who was passed on 1st of January 23. And during the course of interaction, or during the course when we received the invitation call, it was the call from Professor Mahua to Indian Oil to present this lecture. So definitely I will try to bring a lot of sparks within the community for startups, particularly in the oil and gas sector. And my previous two speakers, Dr. Chatterjee as well as Dr. Samantha, they has laid down the foundation very nicely and aptly for me. Professor Chatterjee has already mentioned that what is an entrepreneur, who is an entrepreneur, how we should see as an entrepreneur, what are the policies of the governments to raise the entrepreneurs and business in this country. So most of you may be knowing Adani's and Ambani's. Now, do you know who was Kodak? Kodak is no more. So if you don't do research and innovation, you will be out of the business. So in order to be in the business, research and innovation is the key for me. And as Dr. Samantha was mentioning in his talk, that India is growing, and in various industries and sectors, he has mentioned all the sectors except the oil and gas sector. Basically, let me tell you, oil and gas sector is also going leaps and bounces in times to come. Basically, if you see, by 2030, we are going to definitely touch #1 position in the country, not only in the country, maybe in the world as well. So how we are going to do this? There are few slides which will be, which are already showcased. I will just try to pass it on, maybe due to paucity of time, and also I will not come between you and lunch. I have certain videos also which will be helpful to you to generate your ideas. Like I am here to showcase how you should generate the ideas, what energy sector is looking into, because energy sector is moving ahead into clean energy, green energy. We are moving into decarbonization and defossilization. So that will help you, and I will also touch upon, lastly, on the Indian Oil Startup Scheme, how you as a student or as an entrepreneur should take the benefit of this scheme. There are huge amount of money which is available into the oil and gas sector. I will be touching upon those as well. So this is my agenda today. What is entrepreneurship? Already Dr. Chatterjee has mentioned is what is an entrepreneurship, startups and incubation, global and national startup ecosystem, what Startup India is doing as on date, and Indian oil and gas startup update, what entire oil and gas sector including HPCL, BPCL, ONGC, Bamal and Lorry, what they are doing, and lastly I will be touching upon what is our startup scheme and how we should participate into that. What is entrepreneur? Already just wanted to add one more point here, that so there are various types of entrepreneurs. Adani was an entrepreneur, Ambani was an entrepreneur, but into this current today's scenario where the things are changing very fast, because in earlier times it used to take around 2 decades or 2.5 decades to change. Some time back it used to take maybe around 10 years to change, but nowadays whatever product you make, it will change maybe within 2 years or 3 years of time. So basically there are three types of entrepreneurs which I particularly say. They are conservative entrepreneurs, they are aggressive entrepreneurs, and third entrepreneurs from which community, the community from where I come is innovative entrepreneurs, like research and development based. It definitely requires huge amount of money, and basically this requires long time and long gestation period as well. So these are the three entrepreneurs, and finally we look for a startups. Startups is basically a beginner, a journey of a pupa or from an egg to a butterfly. How he starts learning, moving from one stage to another stage in his life. Because as sir has already mentioned, 90% of the startups fails. Sir, with due respect, I would like to mention here that we never use the word called fail, and in WhatsApp University you may be hearing fail is basically first attempt in learning, and a startup never fails. Let me tell you, he should always try to recycle his idea and look for new innovative ideas, what market and what consumer is wanting. So according to me, basically whatever idea you have to move as per the requirement of the consumer or customer. You will never ever fail whatever idea or whatever things you are pursuing. So what is a startup? Just to add on, what is a startup basically? A startup is a young company. It can be a private limited company, LLP, or it is a registered company. The government of India gives 10 years of holiday home or basically holidays for these startup companies. And startups turnover, earlier it was 25 crores, but now it is increased to 100 crores per year. So they can be registered as startup, and more details can be obtained from www.startupindia.in. So why do we need startups basically? So definitely startups, India is growing, all the sectors are growing, and by 2030 huge amount of money and huge amount of opportunities are also lying ahead. So in order to have Make in India initiatives like Atmanirbhar Bharat, so basically if you see from oil and gas sector, we generally had all the technologies imported from outside India. From Indian Oil R&D Center, we have developed all the technologies which are required to put up a grassroots refinery within our R&D center, and these technologies can be used to put up a new grassroots refinery as well, along with the catalyst and additives as well. And let me tell you with great pride that most of the students passed out from these universities, from these colleges, are doing these great inventions sitting there in R&D center in Indian Oil. So at least this university should take proud and privilege in developing homegrown oil and gas sector technologies sitting here, but definitely they are not the startups. They have done huge amount of work for the nation. Now as a startup, as a business community, we should see what are the ideas we should pursue in oil and gas sector to drive the spirit of innovation across the demographies, because as I mentioned that we should never ever have a fear of failure. If we have a fear of failure, basically we will not be in a position to continue the research and innovation work. Definitely research and innovation requires continuous help and backing of financial support, because unless and until financial support is there, and that financial support starts from home, from your parents, from your elders, from your nearbys, because they are the first investors into your company. So generally the trend, typically if I touch upon about West Bengal trend, generally they have a trend that whatever degree you do, maybe in chemical engineering or computer science, go for a good lucrative job, particularly in public sector. But standing here at this podium, I would like to urge each one of you to think upon starting a startup, because at the end of the day, if you do a financial calculations, I have not a financial calculation available with me, but end of the day, after retirement life, you are only going to have a wonderful house, a wife, 2 kids, and maybe you will lay down your office, or maybe you lay down this world. But as a startup, let me tell you, you are going to do a lot of work socially, economically, not only for the state of West Bengal, but say at large for the country itself, which will help to increase the GDP of this country, and in times to come, definitely we are going to contribute more than 25% to the nation, and West Bengal can be a part of it. And definitely other points are already been covered to have institution of entrepreneurship, faster value enhancement, and definitely improving academia and research institutes, industry collaborations. We can have a collaborative research, and when I say research means we are not looking for typical theoretical research, definitely what it culminates into a real potential commercial product which can be used by the industry. So I'll just skip this slide. So there are various types of funding which are given. At Indian Oil, definitely we are looking for seed funding. In seed funding, if you see, almost $5 billion have been given in the last maybe 7 years, and in growth stage and late stage and bridge funding. So we are generally seeing from the seed funding. Seed funding means ideation to proof of concept. Whenever I have an idea, or if I have a dare to dream idea, or maybe each one of us when we were in the schools, definitely we had all sorts of vague ideas, which like converting hydrolysis of water into hydrogen and oxygen. Today, futuristic world, what they are looking? They are only looking from a solar point of view or from wind energy point of view. They are trying to convert that water through hydrolysis into hydrogen and oxygen. So that we are calling it, that scientists, they are calling it a terminology called green hydrogen. There will be no pollution. So can we do it? Yes, definitely we have done in our school days. How to do it more economically, more feasibly, and which can be used by the masses, because we are a country of more than almost 1.4 billion people, 140 crores, and the penetration of the mobiles have only reached to almost 50% of those. So that is very, very essential for us. So we are here at the oil and gas sector towards the seed stage funding. So this is very important things for all the people who have wanted to start a startup. So this is one slide which I picked up or borrowed from the Google. So basically you should not live in current. So generally the persons who were born in 70s or maybe in 80s or maybe now who are millennials born in 20s, who are graduated in 2020s, you should always see 5 years or 10 years down the line. When I say 5 years down the line means how the world is moving, how the artificial intelligence is moving, how the machine learning is moving, how robotics have been taken place. If I go for a standard refinery, today also what is being done in 2000, I am not going to survive, or I am not going to put up in an economical or a feasible way. The future belongs to digitalization, and basically it has to be fully automized. When I say automation, at the same time, I don't mean to say that it will lead to unemployment. Definitely the type of employment will be different. Knowing the computers and operation of computers is very, very essential. And computers basically is a machine. Please understand this very carefully. And we humans cannot become equivalent to machines. We are being trained to become machines. We cannot become machines whatsoever we do in our life. So definitely we should learn how to operate the machines. We should not try to become machines, and end of the day, whatever you are thinking from your society point of view or in the domain which you are working, maybe in the department which you are studying, chemical engineering, oil and refinery engineering, oil technology, pharmaceutical industry, all these 4 domains, whatever I came to know in the morning today, these are definitely a big cause for the increase in the GDP of the nation in times to come. You have to see and think differently. When I say think differently means, there are basically 4 types of innovations which are happening in these 4 domains. One is the product innovations, which results in a better methods of producing. Second is the product innovations, which results in a new product. Third is the adaptive innovation, which improves the competitiveness of the given product. And the 4th one, which I wanted to stress upon, is the disruptive innovation. I am not concentrating on the process, product or adaptive innovation. I am concentrating on the disruptive innovation, out of the box thinking innovation. You just think, everybody has taught you to look the globe top north and down is south. You try to reverse it, see how it looks. The things will look different to you, but don't get afraid of it. You will definitely come out with flying colors. So what is missing in the mold, you should know, write it down and bounce with your ideas, make a first prototype of it. When I say first prototype means the pure Hindi word which I mean to say is जुगाड़. आप पहला अपना एक मॉडल किसी को भी घर में अपने घर के मेंबर का बताइए, प्रोटोटाइप बना के दिखाइए, अपने प्रोफेसर को दिखाइए. Then once you show this prototype to the professor, try to show it to more peoples. When I say try to show to more peoples, not to near ones. You should show it to the person whom you don't know. Get a correct and clear feedback of that. Here it is written to show it to 100 more peoples and then iterate those prototypes. You will definitely get good amount of feedback from that. Then find a co-founder. The one thing which is missing here is that we just generally, we wanted to do everything on our own. No. Please try to look for co-founders. Maybe you should fast multiply. You don't try to add or subtract. You try to multiply it quickly. If you find to do quick co-founders basically, then definitely your idea is going to known to the world in a very faster way. Then subsequently, at that time, you should start putting money there, registering your company as a startup, look for funding. Look for funding means definitely huge amounts of funds are available within the India, and there is huge Startup India initiatives not only by the government but also angel investors and VC investors are running. I have got two presentations, two video clips. One is on the eco toilet and one is on the plant-based air purification system. How they have generated the ideas to improvise very simple idea. At the end of this, I will show those two videos which will help you to think and create your own ideas as well. And then subsequently, when you are in that phase, you tell the world and launch your product that here I am here and I am here to try to solve your problems. Definitely that is not the end. Then you have to follow this and you have to iterate this, and believe me, your growth should be at least 5% a week, and in time of maybe 4 years or 3 years of time, and you are going to touch, and the day will be no longer late when we will have a soon unicorn company in purely oil and gas sector. Sir has mentioned that we have got more than 100 unicorn companies. Let me tell you, there is not a single company in the oil and gas sector which is unicorn. A unicorn is basically a turnover of $1 billion, that is almost 8,000 crores. So this is what I think you should take this slide, and definitely this will help you to generate your ideas. So I'll I wanted to showcase here that when we went into this incubation, the institutes like University of Calcutta or IITs, IIMs, they are definitely the incubators. Incubators means they will tell you how to generate your ideas, how to raise the funds, and also you can get in touch with Indian Oil if you need any support or assistance from our side. Definitely we are also funding those incubators in times to come. Typically the incubation takes, you should quickly change your idea because the world is changing very fast. You should have at least you should give yourself minimum 1 year of time and maximum 3 years of time. You should not go beyond 3 years of time to generate your ideas. Basically, if you are going beyond time, that means you are killing your own product, or you are killing your own baby. Or you should try to iterate yourself once again. You should do a very good solid market, sound financial base, strong community support, and a policy of the government. The government's policy should be always seen from all angles, how you should get the benefit of this at any point of time. There are various service providers also. Just because of paucity of time, I am quickly skipping. Just to give a flavor of the global startups, we are third into the worldwide, and definitely we will move into first position. The total funding raised by India is $136 billion as against 2.7 trillion by USA. And internet penetration, as I mentioned, is only 61%. If we penetrate this internet penetration to 100%, let us say to 1.4 billion, definitely our total funding will cross at least $1 trillion, and we are going to become second by the end of this decade, by 2030 onwards. So almost we have 108 unicorns with 886,000 recognized startup as per DPIIT. But let me tell you, there is no such startup with unicorns in the oil and gas sector. So this is one slide, just I have specially bought it. So there are 108 unicorns with a combined valuation of $345 billion, and $94 billion is capital is being raised. But if you see the right hand side of this, see, 102 unicorns are in the pipelines, which we call it as soonicorns. They are going to become soon unicorns. $35 billion is in the fund, and total capital raise is $15 billion. And let me tell you here, they are into e-commerce, fintech, enterprise, and they are also fintech, e-commerce and enterprise. That means it is never envisaged by the end of 2030 that even a unicorn is going to come up in oil and gas sector. So here lies an opportunity for you, and if you do a good study, definitely a unicorn can be produced by the end of this decade, if not by 2030, at least by 2032 or 2033. And mostly the hubs are in Bengaluru, NCR and Mumbai. So my point and my urge here is that whenever I visit Calcutta next time, I would like to see the name of Calcutta here as well into this rising startups or budding startup ecosystem, because huge amount of Marwari culture is there in the Kolkata. Let those culture be imbibed and turned and translated into business opportunities rather than job opportunities. As sir has mentioned, we should become job creator. We should not do anybody's job basically. So if again the slide is, I wanted to focus that enterprise tech, e-commerce, fintech, consumer, health tech, ED tech, deep tech, transport, logistics. Again, oil and gas sector is missing here. So these are few startups. Most of you may be knowing Cars 29, Broom, First Cry, Spinny. So these are all unicorn companies in almost in 108 which have been turned. But again here there is no such oil and gas sector company present into this unicorn club as well. So Startup India, I just want to touch on quickly to the Startup India. Startup India was launched by Honorable Prime Minister of India on 16 January 2016, and it inspires 4 eyes. Definitely it is imagination, inspiration, invention and innovation. So if you imagine very quickly what my customer wants in 2020, 25 or 26, if I inspire, I should use those tools to inspire my consumers and customer through marketing or maybe another means, so that a new inventive product can be launched, and those innovations can lead to more value additions or value, not only value additions for the consumers and customers, but also for me as a business propositions, how to expand my business. So what is the challenge now? Sir has already mentioned that there are various challenges, but mostly if you see here, it is the competition. Because of 19% the startups fails because of the competition, cash flow, taxes, economy and growth. But let me tell you, there is no competition right now as such in the oil and gas sector. Cash flow, in my subsequent slide, let me tell you, there is 320 crores of funding which is being approved by Government of India through various oil and gas sector, which is available with the public sector undertakings. And taxes 11%, there is huge amount of tax rebate which is given to the startups for a period of 10 years, having turnover in the range of 100 crores. And why do startups fail? There is no market. But let me tell you, there is a ready market in the oil and gas sector. Run out of the cash, not the right team, competition, pricing and cost issues. These all things which is marked in the blue, which is main reasons for a edtech or a fintech company, this does not imply and applies for the oil and gas sector startups. So there lies opportunity. But the point here I wanted to mention here is that you should have great passion. You should not lose the focus. You should not ignore the customer. When I say you should not ignore the customer means, customer is your oil and gas sector. So basically you should see what that customer wants. And you should not spend much of time on marketing as far as the oil and gas sector startups are being concerned. Moving into the last segment basically of oil and gas sector. Can you click on this yellow? No, there is. When I said at that time just. So this is the funding which is available in the Indian oil and gas sector. At Indian Oil we have committed funding of 30 CRs, and we have already done 3 rounds of startups, and maybe round 4 is going to be announced very soon. ONGC has got 100 crores of funding, GAIL has got 50 crores of funding. In total there is 320 crores of funding which is available in oil and gas sector. We are still in the search of first unicorn for the oil and gas sector. Maybe you can go back. No, back arrow. You can do full. So the Startup Sangam was launched on 25th October 2017, and all the 10 oil PSUs have participated in that Startup Sangam. And as I mentioned, there are 320 crores of funding which is approved by government, and various funding modes is grant in aid, equity model, convertible notes, soft loans, CCPS. It is convertible preferential share mode convertible. And at Indian Oil, basically, instead of doing this model, we are following a separate model. What we do is, we have a hands-on approach with identified internal process owner for mentoring. Here, basically, we will select a theme, and in that theme, we will give a mentor also along with the startup, so that he will guide him to reach his journey at the end of the day. Because he will start with some idea, and end of the day, if it is not useful for the oil and industry, the entire fund gets lost. So the mentor also keeps him guiding intermittently, milestone-wise, and those milestones are mutually agreed and mutually prepared between the startup and the mentors as well. So the major themes which we include in our oil and gas sector startup is basically the pain points of oil and gas sector, clean energy options, industrial IoT themes, software as a service, hydrocarbon business process, societal relevance also, and health, safety and agriculture as well. So this is the launch picture of the photograph where our director was there on the launch of the Startup Sangam, and the agreements were being exchanged between the various startups and the oil and gas sector. So the challenge of the oil and gas sector, it's very, very key. It is mostly technology oriented. So it's not like e-commerce business, because you have to have technology behind it. So there comes your alma mater, which plays a very, very critical role in the laboratories, in your institutes. You can generate those technologies, you can file the patents, you can take a copyright of it, and you can subsequently, this technology takes a long gestation period. It takes minimum 3 years to 5 years. So if you start working in your career itself, maybe first year or second year of time, maybe by the time you leave this institute, maybe another 2 to 3 years, your technology will be ready. And adoption requires performance validation, and it is very capital intensive. And end of the day, if all the criteria are being met, so there comes the environmental, because the environmental norms, the policy norms changes with times to come. See, if you see in future, all the vehicles like in the country by 2025, 20% ethanol blending is a compulsory, and we have to go for decarbonization and defossilization. By 2030, maybe the energy domain will change. So you have to see those policies also in line, because addition of ethanol and methanol has come up, and maybe flexi-fuel vehicles are also going to be launched in the country very soon. So you have to also see those aspects, how ethanol and other sources of energies are going to play a critical role in oil and gas sector. So I'll just move on into the last section of our Indian Oil Startup Scheme. We just give the funding at the seed stage, and finally we would like to grow into a tree. So we have got identification of the pain points. As on date, we have got 36 number of startups which we are funding through 3 rounds. Our ideation domain includes 2 themes. One is TPRE and other is BPRE. TPRE means Technology Process Engineering, where the time given is 18 months, and TPRE it is given is 36 months, and BPRE is basically Business Process Engineering, where the time given is 18 months to validate your idea to proof of concept. And this will definitely consist of societal relevance, adoption of the technology, leveraging IoT, and pain points of oil and gas sector. How do we do the selection? Basically, it is a portal-based selection, 3 levels of selection, L1, L2 and L3. And it is age and qualification agnostic. Milestone-based funding is being there. So this is the journey of our Indian Oil startup. When we launched in 2017, all the startups have matured by 2020 of round 1, and in round 2 it was onboarded in the year 2019. They are expected to be mature maybe any time, maybe another 2 months or 2 months of time from now, because we presume that within 3 years of time all the startups will mature, and the third round was onboarded in the year 2022. They are expected to be matured by 2025. So this is the process flow of applications of the startups under Indian Oil. We throw open innovation challenge, and screening is basically L1 level screening is being done. Selection is being done when a startup himself is called to make a presentation, And finally, during L3 level, we do the mutual funding, mutually agreed milestones, and funding start disbursing. And once the POC is being reached, that is proof of concept, we say the commercialization is being completed for the startup. So this is just a funnel flow where I just wanted to mention how the process flow moves. There is one video, if you permit, because this is the video of a previous round. This is an older video. I will show it to you at a later stage if time permits. You can move ahead, next one. So as on date, out of these 36 startups, I am happy to share that the valuations are also very high for the startups. In oil and gas sector, there are 14 startups. Leveraging IoT, there are 3 numbers of startups. Adoption of technology, there are 8 number of startups. And societal relevance, there are 11 number of startups. We are open for any ideas if it is pertaining even to the societal relevance as well. So this is the location of geographical location of our startups. Most of the startups, they have come from various zones. If you see here, 9 have come from Maharashtra, 1 from Karnataka, 3 from basically Kerala, 3 from Tamil Nadu, 1 from Kerala, and again there is no startup from Madhya Pradesh. Definitely we have 2 from Delhi and 2 from Haryana as well, and 1 from Sikkim and Meghalaya as well. So this is the location of all of our startups, and these 36 startups have been selected out of screening almost 3,000 number of applications. Let me tell you, it is almost 1% of the startups have been selected for funding and incubation. So just to give you a flavor, here we have seed funded 40 crores in the seed, and the cumulative valuation which is done by third party as on date is in the range of 52,565 crores. So when I say startups do not grow 1 to 2, 2 to 3, 3 to 4, it goes 10x, 100x and maybe 50x or something like this. So the valuation of startups, if you see here, it is almost grown more than 50x time of it in period of short span of maybe 3 years of time. The success stories of the startup you can see here, almost 400 jobs have been created, and we ensure that all the ideas of the startups are getting patented or copyrights. So almost more than 50 patents have been filed by these three rounds, and they are jointly in the name of Indian Oil as well as the startups, and IOCL also pays the money for not only raising to maintaining these patents in times to come, where the money required is in the tune of around 1 lakhs to 5 lakhs in maybe for a period of 2 years for 10 years to 20 years. This is one successful startup I just wanted to show here. I'll show you a video and then we can have a discussion. Can you just click on the video? This is one startup. It's a very, very simple idea of a smart eco toilet. Can you just put on the voice also? Voice. This is a smart toilet. If you can. थोड़ा आवाज बढ़ा दो, वॉइस बढ़ा दो.
Waste
Close. With the permission, I just want video. It will help all the students for upcoming Indian Oil startup rounds. This is an older version for round 3. It is hardly for 5 minutes. It will help to apply to Indian Oil startup scheme in a very simplistic way. Can you just run the video, please?
The energy of India is participating very actively in building a strong future of the nation with the Honourable Prime Minister's vision drafting the by nurturing innovations and startup ecosystem through Indian Oil Startup Scheme.
That's over. I think this will be very useful for the students to apply. Maybe whenever new round will open, I definitely come for teaching. But it will, because most of the schools are there. I just kept as a standby. Most of the things which I do not
startup venture. First lot of startups have successfully come out with flying colours. They are now commercially scaling up. Second round of startups are also progressing towards their successful proof of concept. Now, Indian Oil has come out with third round of innovation challenge, a golden opportunity for budding innovators to grow with Indian Oil and become a successful commercial venture. We dream, we make it happen. Now, let me take you to the Indian Oil Startup Scheme portal. Please type in address bar, startup.
This round is closed. I am just showing it for the benefit for application.
To the third round of the Indian Oil Innovation Challenge. Now,
This is how the portal will look.
Indian Oil Startup Scheme and procedure to fill the application for round 3 of the Startup Scheme. Open Innovation tab will take you to a brief introduction to Indian Oil Research and Development Centre and will also give a brief about the scheme, purpose of the scheme, nature of projects supported, nature of projects not supported by the scheme, general guidelines and selection criteria. To apply for the scheme, you need to first register on the portal. To register, click on Sign Up, Sign In tab in the portal. Now, click on New Registration tab on this page and fill all the required information and submit. On submission for registration, your user ID and password will be sent to your registered email ID. The confirmation message will also be sent on your registered mobile number. Now, you have your user ID and password with you. You can sign in. You can now apply under Indian Oil Startup Scheme by going to Innovation Areas tab. You can apply for your innovative ideas under either defined themes of technical and business-related re-engineering models or under any other category of significant business potential, social relevance or environmental protection. Here, TPRE's technology process re-engineering and BPRE's business process re-engineering. Sample applications are also provided to guide the user on how to fill the application. Here, I am choosing TPRE category. Now, please select the relevant to your idea concerned problem statement. Click on Apply button. Please ensure to keep ready with you your photograph, CV and business plan of your idea while applying under the scheme. All the required information needs to be filled in this application form. Upload the CV, a passport size photo and your business plan in the applicable fields. Once all the fields are suitably filled, you can submit your application by clicking the Submit button. In case your application is incomplete and you want to change it further, you may save your application as a draft and submit the same later. On successful submission of the application number will be sent in a registered email ID with a confirmation message on your mobile. All received applications will be scrutinized with a three-level selection process as mentioned in Open Innovation tab of the portal. Finally selected ideas will be onboarded under the scheme. Status of your application will be informed through your registered email ID. Please ensure to fill your application carefully with all the relevant information and become part of the Innovation Challenge and Startup Scheme. We wish you all the success to convert your dream into reality with strong support of the Indian Oil Corporation.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
থ্যাংক ইউ মিস্টার কেজরিওয়াল। অ্যাকচুয়ালি যে কথাগুলো আমরা শুনলাম তার কাছ থেকে, সেখান থেকে একটু অ্যালবার্ট আইনস্টাইনের একটা কথা একটু এখানে শেয়ার করতে ইচ্ছা করছে। লজিক উইল গেট ইউ ফ্রম এ টু বি, বাট ইমাজিনেশন উইল টেক ইউ এভরিওয়্যার। হ্যাঁ, ইমাজিনেশন। 4 eyes, imagination, inspiration, invention and innovation. এই 4টে আইস যেটা আমরা শুনলাম ডক্টর কেজরিওয়ালের কাছ থেকে। এবং সবচেয়ে বড় কথা, আমাদের কলকাতায় এখনো উনি বলতে চাইছেন যে না, সেভাবে বাঙালি একটু বিজনেস করতে ভয় পায়, তো যে কারণে সেইভাবে স্টার্ট আপ এখানে শুরু হয়নি। তবে হ্যাঁ, আমরাও কিন্তু এগোচ্ছি এবং শুরু করতে হবে। আমাদের নতুনভাবে আমরা যখন জীবন শুরু করি তখন থেকেই সেই হামা দেওয়া থেকে শুরু করে আস্তে আস্তে টলমল পায়ে হাঁটতে শেখা, 10 বার পড়ে যাওয়া এবং তারপরে হাঁটা এবং দৌড়ানোর জন্য কিন্তু শুরু করতে হবে। একটা স্টার্ট আপ, এটা কিন্তু ভীষণভাবে দরকার। মেনি থ্যাঙ্কস টু আওয়ার স্পিকার। রাউন্ড অফ অ্যাপ্লজ প্লিজ। On behalf of the reunion committee, Dr. Arup Kumar Chattopadhyay, he will present the memento to Dr. Kejriwal.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for all.
Thank you, Dr. Chatterjee and Mr. Kejriwal. Now, this is the end of the lecture session. It is now award distribution ceremony. And institution fame rests not only on its administration and teaching staff, but also on the achievements and developments of the students. We are extremely proud to announce the names of the last 3 years toppers. Chemical Technology Alumni Association is giving the awards. Now first, I would like to call Mr. Shochi Dulal Mojumdar, Mr. Shochi Dulal Mojumdar to come onto the dais to hand it over the 2020 awards. Mr. Mojumdar here is on the dais, and I am now calling the award winners. Mr. Rohit Dash from Ceramic Engineering. Mr. Shochi Dulal Mojumdar is actually President Chemical Technology Alumni Association. First, Mr. Rohit Dash from Ceramic Engineering. আরে বাবা, টপার হতে গেলে তো শক্তি লাগে, তোমরাও একটু শক্তি দিয়ে হাততালি দাও। থ্যাংক ইউ। Second name, Mr. Shabnik Devnath from Oil Technology. He is also the topper of 2020. Shabnik Devnath. ও কিন্তু খুব ভালো গান গাইতেও জানে। এটা বলাটা খুব হাস্যকর, কারণ সবাই তোমরা জানো। শাগনিক দেবনাথ from Oil Technology, 2020 award winner. Next, Pharmaceutical and Fine Chemical Technology, Mr. Shomo Banerjee. Mr. Shomo Banerjee from Pharmaceutical and Fine Chemical Technology. Shomo Banerjee from Pharmaceutical and Fine Chemical Technology. From Petrochemicals and Petroleum Refinery Engineering, Mr. Tuhin Bose. Mr. Tuhin Bose from Petrochemicals and Petroleum Refinery Engineering. Thank you, sir, Mr. Mojumdar. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mojumdar. Thank you, Mr. Mojumdar. Thank you. May I request Dr. R.K. Mondal to come onto the dais to present the next award? Dr. R.K. Mondal. Dr. Dipankar Ghosh. Dr. Dipankar Ghosh, please come on to the dais. He is also, I think, outside the auditorium. So now, may I announce Dr. Arup Kumar Chattopadhyay? The name of Dr. Arup Kumar Chattopadhyay, please. President, Chemical Technology Reunion Committee. Please come to the dais to present the awards of 2021 and 2022. Of 2021, Mr. Supreme Chowle, Ceramic Engineering. আমি যদি ঠিকমতো প্রনাউন্স দিয়ে থাকি, Mr. Supreme Chowle from Ceramic Engineering of 2021 batch. Deepta Pal from Department of Oil Technology. Deepta Pal, 2021 batch. Deepta Pal from Oil Technology Department. একটু খুলে দেখাও, কারণ তাতে আমাদের যে স্টুডেন্টসরা এখনো বসে আছে তারা একটু উৎসাহিত হবে দেখে, যে যদি পরের বার তাদের পক্ষেও সেটা সম্ভব হয় করা। সবাই পেতে পারো, শুধু একটু প্রচেষ্টা। Thank you. Mr. Shubham Ghosh Dash from Pharmaceutical and Fine Chemical Technology. Mr. Shubham Ghosh Dash. Mr. Shubham Ghosh Dash. Next, Mr. Shubham Pal from Petrochemicals and Petroleum Refinery Engineering. Mr. Shubham Pal. Thank you, Dr. Chattopadhyay. Thank you. Dr. Dipankar Ghosh, ex-faculty, Department of Chemical Technology, is requested to come onto the dais to present next award. Dr. Dipankar Ghosh. From ceramic engineering, Oyantika Shao of 2022 batch. Oyantika Shao. From ceramic engineering. From oil technology, Shormishtha Dhor, she is not present here, but I should announce the name, Shormishtha Dhor from Oil Technology Department. Next one, Shumona Dash from Pharmaceutical and Fine Chemical Technology, 2022 batch. Shumona Dash from Pharmaceutical and Fine Chemical Technology, 2022 batch. এই বছরে 4 জন টপার্সের মধ্যে 3 জন মেয়ে, অয়ন্তিকা, শর্মিষ্ঠা এবং সুমনা। Yes, we are growing. Mr. Obhik Sarkar from Petrochemicals and Petroleum Refinery Engineering. Mr. Obhik Sarkar from Petrochemicals and Petroleum Refinery Engineering. Thank you, sir. Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you. May I request Professor Pranab Kumar Dash Poddar to come on to the dais to present the Ratna Mukhopadhyay Scholarship for Academic Excellence from 21-22 session. This award has been made possible for the donation from Sri Shondipan Chaudhuri. He donated it in the memory of his beloved wife Ratna Mukhopadhyay. Ratna was an alumnus of 1997 batch of students and an avid reader. She completed her MBA from Paris and worked as a consultant, which took her to multiple cities in different continents. This global exposure gave her a multifaceted character. She was also associated with different NGOs for the cause of the girl, child and women. She died in the year 2020. The scholarship will be awarded to 2 students with highest scores. One awardee will get it after the completion of the second year. That means semester 3 and 4. Shushobhan Day. Shushobhan Day. He will get the award. Shushobhan Day. And the next one, after completing the 3rd year, that means semester 5 and 6, Tirtho Chakraborty. Tirtho Chakraborty. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Now it's time to announce the end of the session 1. একটা কথা একটু বলি, ছেড়েছ তো অনেক কিছুই পুরনো অভ্যেস, অসুখ বিসুখ হওয়ার পরে জিলিপি সন্দেশ। না, আমাদের এখন লাঞ্চ ব্রেক, সেখানে গিয়ে আজকের মিষ্টি মুখ করতেই হবে, যতই থাকুক সুগার, রক্তের সুগার থাকলেও আজকে আমরা মুখে সুগার আনতে চাই, মিষ্টি মুখ করতে চাই। সেই জন্য আমি অ্যানাউন্স করছি এরপর একটা লাঞ্চ ব্রেক আছে অ্যাট মুক্ত মঞ্চ। উই উইল বি হিয়ার এগেন, নো আই এম নট অ্যানাউন্সিং দ্য টাইম, সো প্লিজ you will be here at 2:30 p.m. Okay, thank you. থ্যাংক ইউ। আমরা এই ভিডিওটাতে দেখছিলাম আয় আর একটি বার আয়ের সখা প্রাণের মাঝে আয়, তখন একটা ফাঁকা চেয়ার দেখানো হচ্ছিল। আজকে আমরা ভীষণভাবে অনুভব করছি বাইরে থেকে কেউ চিৎকার করে বলছে না তোরা এখনো কেন বাইরে আছিস, ভেতরে ঢোক, অনুষ্ঠানটা শুরুই করতে পারছি না। এই চিৎকার, এই আওয়াজ, সিম্পলি আমরা ভাবতে পারছি না যে হাসি মুখে ছবি হয়ে এখানে তার প্রেজেন্সটা। আমরা এই মুহূর্তে দেখবো আরও একটি ভিডিও, যেটিতে আমরা যাদের হারিয়েছি তাদেরকে আমরা সেই ভিডিওতে দেখব এবং শ্রদ্ধা জানাবো। চুকিয়ে দেব বেচা কেনা, মিটিয়ে দেবে লেনা দেনা, বন্ধ হবে আনাগোনা এই হাটে, যখন পড়বে নাম পায়ের চিহ্ন এই বাটে, তখন আমায় নাইবা মনে রাখলে না, আমরা মনে রেখেছি, এবং সেই জন্যই বোধহয় আমরা শুনতে পাবো, তখন কে বলে গো সেই প্রভাতে নেই আমি, সকল খেলায় করব খেলা এই আমি। সত্যি আমরা ভাবতে পারি না যে মহুয়াদি, শান্তিদা এরা নেই আমাদের সঙ্গে। ডক্টর মহুয়া ঘোষ, Associate Professor and Head, Department of Chemical Technology, has left for her heavenly abode on 1st January 2023. She served the university from May 2005 to December 22. She was an amazing teacher dedicated to her service. Her research interests included processing and modification of fats and oils and nutritional evaluation of special lipids. She has 120 international and national publications to her credit and has authored 5 book chapters. She was associated with prestigious organizations like OTAI and FSSAI. She single-handedly ran an NABL accredited oil testing laboratory in the University of Calcutta. She will always be remembered for her positive attitude and ever smiling face. May the departed soul rest in peace. Dr. Shantinath Ghosh, our beloved Shantida, also Associate Professor of our department, died an untimely death only at the age of 47. He pursued BTech, MTech and PhD degree from our department. He joined our department as faculty on June 11, 1997 and continued teaching till his end. Dr. Ghosh had a brilliant research career of 17 years in the field of lipid biotechnology, biodiesel, protein engineering and related areas. He guided 11 PhD students and published 75 research papers in reputed national and international journals. He was a very popular teacher because of his friendly attitude and enthusiastic nature. He is also still living and shall continue to live in our hearts. Mohua Ghosh and Shantinath Ghosh Memorial Lecture will be delivered by Professor Shoykot Moitro, Vice Chancellor, Maulana Abul Kalam Azad University of Technology, alumnus 1988. Actual necessity, that is the mother of invention. Corona pandemic brought us such necessity to transform and adopt new system through innovation in every segment of life, including higher education, which saw a completely new way of delivery online. Whether this mode is effective, appropriate, and successful, future will give the answer. But at this moment, yes, let us hear from Professor Shoykot Moitro. I would like to invite Professor Moitro on dais to deliver his lecture on transition from face-to-face to remote learning in higher education. I am repeating again, transition from face-to-face to remote learning in higher education. Professor Moitro, please.
We will present it now to Professor Mitra. Thank you. Professor Mitra now, dais is yours.
এগুলো চলছে তো
চলছে স্যার, এটাও নিতে পারেন। আর এটা হচ্ছে
জলের
ওয়েটার।
জল দিয়ে যাবে
হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ স্যার। স্যার এটা দিয়ে দেবো। আমারটা এবার
লাইট আপ করার দরকার নেই there is no presentation, only verbal deliberation. Okay. That we'll decide after this deliberation is over. Now the thing is, at the outset, let me congratulate this present batches of this Department of Chemical Technology to organize this reunion and to invite me to deliver a lecture in the memory of earlier decided for Professor Shantinath Ghosh. And the person who was in touch with me, none other than Dr. Mohua Ghosh. She was constantly requesting me to deliver a talk. Initially, I was a little bit hesitant because I was not sure whether I'll be able to make it. But then she not only persuaded but suggested this topic of lecture, that topic today on which I am going to deliver, that it is only her thought process. She decided this topic, you should talk on this topic, and initially, okay, let me see you. And that last communication with me was made on 15 December at 5:47 p.m. And to give honor to her memory, I am now delivering, I am now talking in this particular area. Of course, this is not a transition from face-to-face to remote learning. However, let me discuss these different facets and different verticals and different aspects of it. You see, if we look at our education system, this education system has undergone an evolution over the passage of time in parallel with human civilization. Initially, the education system, which was prevalent in countries where ancient civilization was existing, like India, like Greece and other countries, we are saying that the education system is basically, which in Indian phrase can be called as a Gurumukhi education. That means this is a transfer of knowledge from gurus to their disciples. And that's and there many aspects were this involved. Not only on a particular domain. That's why learners, they need to learn subjects in many aspects. In Mahabharata and other these epics, there are instances of it. Now, this in today's place, it is described as the first generation education, 1.2, 1.0, first generation education. Basically, this transfer of knowledge, one directional, from higher level to lower level, so-called higher level to lower level, and then these systems existed for many, many years. And that time, the entire delivery process was like this, only this talking and listening, asking questions, getting this answer, validating this understanding, satisfying these queries, then getting knowledge, and all these things that happened over thousands of years until and unless this human race learn how to take that knowledge in scriptures, and then writing on clay tablets, on these leathers that were invented, and that was a tedious and painstaking task. Probably, if you have seen this story of Gilgamesh and these related pictorial descriptions, what type of librarian resources was existing at that phase, you will be seeing painstakingly someone is inscribing on clay tablets. And one clay tablet means it contains only one unique piece of information. And today, this excavation through the excavation from archaeological, the surveys of many countries that found these evidences of all these library resources. And still, education that time was confined only within a limited class, particularly these royal classes, upper classes, who could afford education. It became more democratic, and access of education to this female community, that happened much later. There may be some, these stray exceptions, but by and large, it was confined. Education was confined only in limited pockets, only, this within certain sects of the societies. Afterwards, after the invention of paper, that is one of the milestones of the progress of education. And after this invention of printing press, the spreading of education happened in a formidable manner. And if you see this establishment of different education institutes in formal structures at different countries, that started from that phase only. And here knowledge can be copied. As these books can be printed, so knowledge can be copied in many, and with these copies, so that means there will be a wide circulation of knowledge. And then the access of female community to education became more and more evident from this phase. The setting up of these universities and all these things started in many places. You see, this continued. If you look at the time span, from oral-based delivery of education to this written format-based, this spreading of education, it took thousands and thousands of years. But within several hundred years, there is a transformation of education further. You see, this education 1.0, it started to shift to another format. Still it was teacher-centric, still it was the teacher, what the teacher is saying, what the teacher is practicing, what the teacher is delivering, that is the sacrosanct. And that continued, that practice continued. And if we look, this formal structure of present education system that evolved after the World War. After World War, First World War, necessity was felt of generating human resources of different, this expertise, different levels of expertise and different specializations. And if you look at the history, that all these structured professions, engineering disciplines and others started emerging after the outbreak, after the end of this First World War. And that system, particularly that system of education, that was basically the reflection of the thought process of personnel who were engaged in this warfare, basically military professionals, and their thought process of this format of education. If you look at the classroom pattern or setting of the classroom, you will be seeing that reflection is existing there. The commander stands on an altar, and the cadets, they stand in a row, and then everything you have to accept. Questions were not allowed. Only thing you have to accept. In our country, you see, we had our ancient systems, Gurukul systems, based on these arguments, dialogues, discussions, debates. But in the British regime, we know that through dispatch and all these things, there was a transition, particularly, this education without asking questions and accepting whatever is being, this delivered. That process continued. But slowly and slowly, this Education 1.0 started shifting to another format where student-centric, this perception and culture started to penetrate in the education system. Then you say this more and more involvement of the students in the education, particularly, this taking up these research works and then supporting the teachers in many activities, academic activities. That became more and more evident. And the consequence is this altogether shifted this ancient format of Education 1.0 to another format, which is known as Education 2.0 or 2.0, or second generation education, more student-centric. If you look at it, you will be seeing that besides this taking notes on all these things, culture of photocopying, that is also another this impact on the education systems. This process of photocopying, Xerox became this verb. Xerox is the name of a company, but Xerox, and from the progress of this rapid space of these photocopying centers, it is evident that this more reliance on making copies, copies of all these things, making this no need to write own format. You can copy, you can photocopy, and you can all these reprographic facilities that started this impacting these education systems. Technology also, by that time, technology also started to impact all these things. And all these are in alignment of the industrial changes. If you look at industries, mechanizations of industries or industrial revolution, which started in Western countries more than 300 years before, with the advent of steam engine, there you see industry 1.0 started. Then after that, assembly lining, this concept, and then use of electrical power in industries with the advent of industry 2.0. That started to impact our education systems. And then industry 3.0 means advent of rise of microelectronics, computers, and all these things. Internets, that also came. That is also this fallout of our this military this regime, particularly these internet systems, which started to penetrate in our education systems, in our way of doing everything. That was basically practiced only by this military personnel, and all these things, because this has a social this dimension. You say this global these changes, industrial changes, then civilizations, all these are impacting education. Education 3.0 afterwards started on this in the the last stage of the last century, where this more reliance on ICT-enabled teaching, information and computers, that started to impact all formats of education. Then with this presentation, PowerPoint presentation, this is particularly one of the aspects of Education 3.0. Besides this giving dictations, besides giving these handwritten copies, this presenting all this in PowerPoint formats, that became a culture of our teaching learning system. And this ICT-enabled teaching, which was one of the major component of Education 3.0 in the last this decade, particularly after 2010 onwards, it started to shift into another regime. You see, in the last, when Education 3.0 started, then social media also this started to emerge, and that was also impacting our education system. But this impact was more. After 2010 onwards, I will explain it later. Particularly, this latest development of technologies, in this artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, handling of data science, all these started to cloud-based technology that started to impact education, and another format of education started, that's Education 4.0. Now, if we look at all these things, this is the time where we are shifting, where all the thinkers worldwide are shifting from this entirely dry technology-based education to a format where this tool and gadgets and technology-based educational systems will be embedded and imbibed with human values, like ethics, like empathetic outlook, like this perception of design thinking, like this developing a culture of taking up any task in a collaborative fashion, and so on and so forth. Particularly, you see this human component. Now, people everywhere, educators are thinking how to make it integrated with this present format of education, and then within a few years, we'll be seeing the uprising of another this domain of education, that is Education 5.0. And that is also part of our industrial revolution too, industrial changes too, shifting too. Industry is also moving towards this more and more, this from Industry 4.0, which is predominated by this robotics, by artificial intelligence, by remote work process, to another format where personalization and customization will be the central features. Everyone's data will be captured. Based on that, everyone's requirement will be assessed, and based on that, everyone's this requirement will be satisfied with the development of customized products and customized services. That is the features of next generation of industries. And in that perspective, education is also changing. Now we say this particularly classroom-based teaching. Classroom-based teaching has its own strength. What are the strengths? Strength is here to get socialized with your peers, to develop the culture of working with the peers, to feel the warmth of the teachers, to make yourself, more accustomed or acclimatized in the social format and social domain. But the thing is, the problem is, if you look at our education systems, particularly of developing countries, they suffers from many shortfalls. One of the shortfall is access of quality education. Access of quality education is still limited to a limited classes of fortunate people. Second is, you see this culture of collaborative research. That is also, this one of the drawback of our present format of education. That is yet to be developed. How to blend all the subjects and how to take advantage of all the subjects' expertise in formulating solution of a specific problem. That is now is being looked at as a challenging issue. You see, only data generation, mundane data generation, it doesn't convey the importance of its meaning until and unless it is embedded and imbibed with the storytelling and pictorial description of all these things to the common masses. That means all these technology-driven, these outputs that needs to be blended with humanities, liberal arts, and all these creative things. So in that format, education is evolving. So how to make a story out of this all the data sets. Data sets, this we can present. It's a huge format of data, but how to extract the meaning in the most the formidable manner, and how to make it this impactful among the common masses to understand the importance of all these things. Here lies this this real test of educators. This classroom teaching, one of the limitation is time and space. You have to schedule something and you have to follow that schedule. Suppose by some reason, some specific reasons or some general reasons, the student is not in a position to come to the class, then the class is missed out. And then only the delivery, as if you can see at this lecture hall, what I am telling, it is reaching to only those persons who are present at these classrooms. So there is a constraint of time and space. But when we are migrating to digital format, these boundaries of time and space is broken. We are reaching out to maybe millions and billions of people at a particular time, at any point of time. What is the problem today? Problem today, you see, as everything is changing so fast, initially I was trying to make a point that all this evolution, initially from 1 to 2, it requires thousands of years, 2 to 3 it requires 100 years, 3 to 4 it requires few decades, 4 to 5 it may requires only few years. That means an exponential speed, everything is moving. If you look at industrial revolution, it is also like that. From industry 1.0 to 2.0, several hundred years, then several decades to 2 to 3.0, 3.0 to 4.0, only few years. And then maybe in few months, everything is changing. Everything is changing means entire way of doing things are changing. People are talking about COVID pandemic situation because the general perception is we are not supposed to follow the digital format. Had COVID not broken out here at this world, but writing on the wall was this: if you look at the educational systems worldwide, all these top-notch universities of the world, they started to publish their open courseware in the first decades of this century. MIT, Caltech, then University of California, Berkeley, University of California, Los Angeles, Michigan, University of Michigan, Stanford, Harvard, then Notre Dame University, many universities, they started to upload their open courseware freely accessible and available to larger section of the masses. But still, you see, it was only this uploading of contents and lectures. It was not a formal delivery of education. The necessity was felt at 2012 by two professors of Stanford. One is Andrew Ng, another is Daphne Kolar. Both were working at Stanford, so one from Japanese origin, another from Israeli origin. They observed that this high-end education, particularly computer science and others, it is only accessible to a limited masses. So how to make it more democratic? How to make it available to larger section? They started an online education platform, Coursera, and when they conceived it, when they developed it, they never imagined that it would be a revolution afterwards in the entire education format with the development of massive open online courses. And after 1 year, 2013, another person from Indian origin, Anant Agarwal at MIT, he followed the same suit with the development of edX. You see, these are the game changers. These were the game changers. Earlier, even when we were students, all of these people who passed here from the last century, for us, taking a foreign degree was a difficult proposition. If you want to get a degree from MIT, you had to visit to MIT. You have to take class. You have to take the programs there, and then only you are eligible to get a degree. Right now, sitting at tier 2, tier 3 cities, rural areas, anyone can get degrees from MIT, Stanford, Harvard, Oxford, and almost all the top universities of the world. This is a revolution. And that too also at a much cheaper cost. And that degrees are also equivalent in terms of weightage, as declared by Government of India and as declared by many of the regulatory bodies of different countries. So these are the latest phases of development. Now the perception is changing from teachers to student, which were predominated in education 1.0, 2.0, 3.0, and slowly it is changing to concept of learners. Everyone is learners. There is no teacher, no student, only senior learner and junior learner. Most of the teachers, because they have their wisdom, they have their experience, they have their understanding of life skill, perception, cognitive abilities, all these things. But other parts, the understanding and handling technologies, grasping technologies, learning something new at a rapid speeds, these are the forte of this generation. That's why there is a divide, digital divide. People are talking about access to digital gadgets, but my definition of digital divide is we have different sets of population, those who came from previous century to this century, we call them digital immigrant. And those who were born at this century, they are digital native, they are more proficient in handling all these digital skills, and digital tools, digital techniques. So this is another aspect. Another important thing is, if you look at our human physiology, it is also undergoing a change over the years. Initially, our power of our ear, our listening ability was very high. Because that time for our survival, we need to, recognize very feeble sound, whether some threat is coming or not. Our visual power was very high. Because for our survival, we need to see longer distance, whether there is some problem is not. But over the year, as because science and technology invented so many things, all these threat parts for survival of human races gradually disappeared, and all these organs also started functioning at a diminishing rate. So this is the evolution, and this most important evolution is in what happened in the last few years, attention span. What was the primary segment of education 1.0? That means talking and listening. This listening ability has degraded to a dangerous level. The present generation, the research says, attention span is only 8 to 10 minutes. That's why people are talking about reducing all the lectures and classes or making it modular with 8 to 10 minutes format. If you look at the lectures delivered by all these professors and online platforms of all these different these international platforms, you will be seeing that most of video length is like this. Beyond that, it is difficult to keep your patience level intact, attention level intact. We are all suffering from split attention. All of us are wearing this smartphone. All of us are connected to the digital world. All of us are existing physically as well as virtually. Physically means physically we are present somewhere. We are physically meeting some people. But virtually we are connected with many people every time. That's why one part of our attention has a focus on our digital gadget, whether any message, any communication, anything we are receiving there or not. Another is from at this physical world, whether we are listening, what we are seeing, all these things. That has drastically affected our listening ability, our attention ability, our ability to focus. But there are many ways to combat and counter it. People are experimenting with how to make engaging. Now less teaching, more engagement. That is the major feature of present generation teaching. Until unless this teaching and learning, what is happening at the classrooms, that will not give the results which it is supposed to do. And for that, the requirement is to do lots of experimentation. Ultimately, when we are migrating to education 5.0, that means understanding of all these tools, techniques, gadgets, this is required. But how best? We are working together to solve a specific problem. How best? We are looking at the pain existing at the society and making ourselves empathize with it, and how to design something to overcome this, how to make life more comfortable, more sustainable, how to work together with others, how to understand others. These qualities are to be developed. That's why this present format of education, people are talking about a concept that where, these classrooms and campus and all these things, here, the learners will get a chance of more and more socialization, more and more interactions, more and more chance to make presentation, more and more chance to make deliberation, more and more chance to take part in any debates and arguments, more and more chance to do something in a creative manner. So these are the requirement. But other parts, particularly getting information, learning some new skills and all these things, that can happen at your own place, at your own space. That can happen remotely. Of course, the problem of remotely learning is still difficult as because, you see, keeping patience of learning, this in isolation, it is difficult. That's why what we have seen as a statistics that the enrollment to online programs are very high, but actually successfully who are passing out of this online education system is limited because of this rate of dropout. Rate of dropout is very, very high at online platform. Still, the problem today is how to make yourself, this at parallel or relevant in the changing scenario. Because as technology is changing so fast, you are seeing that for all these youngsters, getting job is difficult, but retaining the job is more difficult. Today, we have seen probably Google is this slashing the jobs of 12,000 employees, and that's happening everywhere. At middle stage of your life, and most of the organizations, people are sure about the fate of their job. So, what is the remedy? Remedy is you have to make yourself relevant. You have to make yourself competent. You have to make yourself, this valuable in a changing context. And how it can be done? It can be done only if you learn at a continuous basis, if you take the practice of lifelong learning, if you has the ability to embrace the changes, to learn something new, learn these new things, all these things, then only you are relevant, you are sustainable. Otherwise, you see, this is very difficult to make ourselves relevant and important in this changing world. So for that purpose, online education and all this remote learning has a significant role to play. Here, every countries and every universities, now they are going to develop the digital content. We have also, I am sharing my experience of my own university. At my university, we have started these integrations of this digital education with the physical education from 2017 onwards. And the idea was that this culture of taking up certain levels of education from online platform is to be seeded inside these learners at this stage, so that afterwards, after passing out from this university as all these things, when they will be joining some workforce, they have this culture of learning from the online platforms, and they can make themselves, this competent and relevant. And that's why at our systems we design a certain percentage of credits you have to take from online platforms. We decided this, and afterwards these all India regulatory bodies, AICT, they followed this suit, and that basically became a culture now of engineering educations. To get this degree with honors, you have to complete certain levels of online education. We showed this web initially. Number one. Number two is preparation of content. You see, digital content preparation is very much required for all the teachers. Now, classroom format, whatever is there, this PowerPoint, it is showing smart classrooms has evolved, where camera is capturing entire movement, entire lectures, and it is being, sent, it is uploaded to digital platforms and can be accessed by learners staying at remote corners. So this is one of the latest this advent and latest this happening in our education systems, where both physical and digitals are working together, and your lectures is recorded, that is preserved, and that can be used by the learners afterwards. In the classroom, in the span of 50 minutes, it is very difficult to get your perception validated by asking questions. But after you have this digital content of the lecture, after you attended it physically, and you have this digital content with you subsequently, then you can go through it, you can rewind it, check it, You can check this, validate your ideas. If the transcript is available with all the digital content, then you can understand some phrases which you have missed or which you could not understand from the pronunciation of the speakers. So these are the advantages. Second is, before coming to the class, if you go through this digital content, I had this experience of understanding while I was serving at foreign university a few years before, that the concept is send all this digital content to the learners, get them, acclimatized or accustomed with all these things, and whenever they will be coming to the class, they will be prepared with all sorts of questions. So in both ways, be it pre or be it post, the supply of digital content to the learners is very, very useful besides this physically format of education. This is another thing, and the next is, you see, this world is, it is called in management jargon, volatile, uncertain, complex and ambiguous. In environmental science, it is volatile world, because this COVID pandemic situation, everything is coming to a halt, and then education is affected in the most severe manner. And we cannot say that this sort of thing would not happen in near future. Today, you have seen that this emergence of El Nino and La Nina, that will be more prevalent in Indian, this context. And besides this, there may be outbreak of, this more, all these zoonotic diseases, virus, and all these things, climatic change induced earthquakes, and all these natural calamities, which can make this physical contact, this difficult. For that, we have to make ourselves ready with all these digital resources and repository. And that will, because we were the first movers, we had all these resources, we managed the entire integration systems of the state of West Bengal in engineering, technology, management and other areas of our digital strength. But the second is, another important, innovation which is going to disrupt this education format to making it more immersive, that is metaverse. Metaverse is coming in such a way that this augmented reality, virtual reality, extended reality, mixed reality, all these things are going to make this digital format of education more engaging, more realistic in film, like your physical format of education. Those who have witnessed Avatar, the way of water, probably have witnessed how this digital format is going to impact the sensory perceptions of all of us in the most formidable manner in near future. So these are all these development which is going to happen. You like it or you dislike it. You have to, you cannot change, you cannot fight with time and tide. You have to align yourself, then only you will be sustainable. If you stand against the tide, your position, your existence is at stake. What I foresee, within the next few years, within the next decades, you will be seeing a sea change of all these things. This format of education, all these things, how long it will exist, and how this evolution will be made, how all these things will be coming in the blended format or altogether a new format. The time will tell, because of this so much technological this innovation is happening. Some things are beyond of our hand. This in November 2022 only, that means only 3 months before, there again was a revolution. Artificial intelligence induced chat boards. Now they are going to replace this Google search and all these things and going to give you most customized answer in the most this proficient manner. This is called Chat GPT. Chat GPT, now people are talking about, even all the universities are concerned, how to counter the threat posed by Chat GPT. Anything you ask that chatbot, that artificial intelligence, that robot, it will answer in the most specific and formidable and this crisp manner. Those who have not experienced this, kindly go through it and you will have your own experience, because very soon they are going to launch ChatGPT version 4. Right now it is working with 800 million chatbots, but these figures will be 3 trillion at the next version. So all these things are happening. All these things are going to impact our education systems, this metaverse, artificial intelligence, chatbot, all these things. So how we are taking advantage being, this first mover or being ourselves more flexible in this changing scenario, being ourselves more adaptive, there lies our success of sustainability. I think she is standing to stop me. So without dragging her in embarrassment, I'd like to stop. And as I said earlier, more than 8 to 10 minutes means it is a law of diminishing return. Your attention after 10 minutes is bound to get dropped in this digitally blended world. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Moitro. Actually, after this COVID pandemic, work from home, education from home, we are now familiar with these type of terms. Yes, according to Professor Moitro, we like it or dislike it. This is our future. Dr. Arup Kumar Chattopadhyay, President, Chemical Technology Reunion Committee, on behalf of the Reunion Committee, will present the memento to Professor Moitro. Thank you, Professor Moitro, for this excellent talk. Dr. Chattopadhyay to Professor Moitro.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Dr. Chattopadhyay, please. HOD, Head of the Department, Professor Sriporna Dotto, Department of Chemical Technology. She will actually present the memento to Dr. Arup Kumar Chattopadhyay, yes, President, Reunion Committee, Chemical Technology, and also Mr. Shubir Bose, Joint Secretary, Chemical Technology, Reunion Committee. Please come and take a pass. We are really feeling honored to present a memento to both of these people. To Dr. Chattopadhyay. একটু হাততালি হয়ে যায় প্লিজ। And then to Mr. Shubir Bose, Joint Secretary, Chemical Technology, Union Committee. Shadnik Devnath, he wants to tell something about the video we have played just before this program. Shadnik, please come here.
Good afternoon, everyone present. Walking down the memory lane, the campus, old yet young, trenches every day with moments turning into memories. Boys and girls going inside the gate come out as men and women to create a better tomorrow for us all. The laboratories have witnessed the shaky hands of novice aspirants of science, turning into hands of scientists bringing global accolades. The running leagues that once bounced down the staircases, now with the whisper of harvest, are slow, observant, and mature. Nandini Ghosh, a student of 7th semester, along with his friends, have put up all of these bound up in a video, which shall be presented next.
Already একবার দেখানো তো হয়ে গেছে, তখন অনেক ছিল, এখন যদি একটু রিপিট
ধন্যবাদ জানাচ্ছি আমার ছাত্রী নিশ্চয় সে আমার খুব ভালো রকম ঘনিষ্ঠতা ছিল এটাই মনে করে ছাত্রী হিসেবে খুব ভালো ছিল
ডিপার্টমেন্ট অফ কেমিক্যাল টেকনোলজি আমাদের ভালোবাসার ডিপার্টমেন্ট। মাত্র কয়েকজন উপস্থিত আছে এখন অডিটোরিয়ামে, দেখা যাক আমরা পারি কিনা। আ বিগ রাউন্ড অফ অ্যাপ্লজ প্লিজ ফর আওয়ার ডিপার্টমেন্ট। থ্যাংক ইউ ভেরি মাচ, থ্যাংক ইউ ভেরি মাচ। It is our department, it is Department of Chemical Technology of University of Calcutta. Now it's time for a tea break. Until we meet again, it's time for me, Dr. Krishna Chattopadhyay, to say goodbye to all of you. Enjoy the cultural program after tea break. Thank you very much.